connection with mixtures such as the mixed stains in the Bronco and stain 78. Last week, the court ruled that statistics must be presented in connection with those mixtures so that the jury would know what to make of them, what to make of the fact, for example, that Nicole Brown Simpson is included in the Bronco mixture.
I understand why I did it.
Over the weekend, we received reports from the prosecution regarding the statistics that they intend to present, and we have serious problems with them. We think that the reports that they've shown us with what they plan to do fail to comply with the court's ruling on this matter, and we have a series of objections to them that we want to state now.
All right.
I think at the time of the court's ruling last week, I think we all contemplated that the statistics in question would be frequency statistics to be computed in accordance with the National Research Council's guidelines. So, for example, to allow the jury to evaluate what it means that Nicole Brown Simpson has genotypes consistent with certain stains in the Bronco, the jury needs to know what percentage of people in the population at large have genotypes consistent with those stains and what percentage would be excluded. And the National Research Council provides a very simple, straightforward way of doing those calculations by summing the matching and non-matching genotypes. What we got from the prosecution and what they intend to present apparently is not frequencies, but something called likelihood ratios. Likelihood ratios are a ratio of two conditional probabilities, where a conditional probability, as you probably know, is a probability of one event calculated on the assumption that certain other events occurred. These likelihood ratios, we know of no precedent for the admission of likelihood ratios in a criminal matter. In the notice of objections we filed with the court in March, we stated a series of objections to likelihood ratios. All of the objections we stated in our previous memo apply to the likelihood ratios they're offering here, and more. We think the particular likelihood ratios that they are offering that are found in a report prepared by Professor Weir of North Carolina State University are lacking in foundation because the assumptions that are predicate to the conditional probabilities don't necessarily jive with the facts of this case, and in some cases are clearly inconsistent with the prosecution's theory of the case. So what they've come up with is not something that complies with the court's order. It's a convoluted attempt to do an end run around the court's order and present a complex form of statistical analysis that is unprecedented and that we think is quite misleading. Should they be allowed to present this or attempt to present it, we think a 402 hearing may be necessary to evaluate whether these likelihood ratio statistics are in fact admissible. We think this is a failure to comply with the court's order. We ask that they be ordered to present the appropriate statistics computed in accordance with the National Research Council's method, or that the DNA mixture evidence be struck from the record.
All right, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this raises the question that I broached with the court Friday. What numbers does the defendant want? I mean, perhaps we can agree on that. But more importantly, what the defense received was materials from Dr. Bruce Weir that this witness, I believe the testimony will show, understands the calculation process, can perform it herself, and will do so. Contrary to the defense's assertion, there's no intent on our part to introduce likelihood ratios. There is a good deal of data in this report that we're referring to. It's approximately 12 pages in length, and it includes frequency information as well that I plan to elicit from Dr. Cotton during testimony.
Do you plan to elicit an aggregation?
Could I have just a moment? Possible for Dr. Cotton to answer the court's question instead of it being through myself as a conduit?
Certainly. We'll save some time, I suspect.
Would you like her on the witness stand?
No. Dr. Cotton, good morning. What is it that we are going to be hearing, and how will it be presented?
Let's take the RFLP separately from the PCR for a moment, although the calculations are done the same. For the RFLP, we intended to just discuss the two genetic locations where on the individual films you have evidence of a mixture, that would be MS1 and G3, and to simply give the figures for what is the probability you would pick a pair of people from the population that would have this combination of genotypes that would give you this result. The same, so for the RFLP, it's simply giving that figure for the MS1 locus and giving that figure for the G3 locus. For the PCR, the figures are done likewise. That is, what is the probability you would pick a pair of individuals from the population? So it takes into account all possible pairs that could have given this this set of alleles, and sums those, and then says, what's the probability I would pick two pairs of people that could give this? In his report, Dr. Weir does provide information about likelihood ratios, but it was not our intention to discuss that.
All right, what are the numbers that we're going to get on the RFLP and the PCR aggregation?
I'll have to get those out of my briefcase. It's in my briefcase.
How about a ballpark figure?
The ballpark figures for the RFLP range sort of like 1 in 80 to 1 in it's either in the hundreds or thousands. It is not in tens of thousands. The PCR numbers are similar. The reason that they're similar is that for the RFLP, you're just looking at a single locus and giving information about that locus. The PCR you're giving the composite information across all of the loci that we have done for PCR.
All right. To give the court an example of sometimes the complexity of this, if one were to take the boot drop, item number 78, and determine what's the probability of finding the 14 bands that were located, it's, for instance, approximately 2 with about 12 zeros behind it. I mean, they're astronomical, so it all depends on how the question is framed. It's not our intent to present that type, at least during the direct examination. But I think the court's getting, and I'm sure the court's getting a feel for characterizing this question can be difficult, but I think at least it's our intent to approach it in a very conservative fashion.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, any comment? Excuse me, Mr. Thompson.
Your Honor, I think it's clear from what's been said that what they're offering is not what the National Research Council called for.
All right, Council, you have the same information before you. What numbers do you come up with? And what
well, let me show you. I prepared a chart, Your Honor, showing what we think is the correct computation with regard to stain number 29, the Bronco steering wheel. And with your permission, I could show you and counsel a copy.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Now, Your Honor, the frequencies in this chart are taken directly from Cellmark's own frequency data that was disclosed to us in Discovery from DNA Discovery page 1520. And in order to compute the probability or the percentage of the population that would be consistent with this mixed stain in the Bronco, all it is done is that one lists all of the possible genotypes that one could have that would be consistent with that stain, computes the frequency, or adds up the frequency of each of those genotypes in each of the relevant populations and sums them. And so we find that among Caucasians, 45.4% of Caucasians would match stain 29, 59.2% of African Americans, 48.8% of Hispanics would be included in the stain, and the percentage excluded would be the complement, simply taking these numbers and subtracting them from 1. This is what the jury needs to know in order to evaluate, for example, the fact that Nicole Brown Simpson's genotypes match the stain. These statistics are not what the prosecution is offering. They're offering conditional probabilities. Even if they don't frame them as a ratio of conditional probabilities, they are still conditional probabilities. That is, the probability of one event conditioned on a set of assumptions. what Dr. Cotton discussed was the probability of a pair of people giving certain results under certain assumptions. Now, the problem is the assumptions. The conditionals that Dr. Weir computed, for example, were all conditioned on the assumption that the number of contributors to the mixed stains was 2 individuals and only 2, and that somehow we knew that. Now, that might be an appropriate statistic in a case where we know the number of potential contributors to the stain. For example, a rape case where a woman says that she was raped by 2 men. But in a case like this, where we don't know the number of contributors, it is without foundation and irrelevant, prejudicial, and completely inappropriate to allow them to present statistics premised on certain assumptions when they cannot demonstrate those assumptions are true. The arguments become circular. In order to prove that the prosecution's theory of the case is correct, they offer statistics that are premised on the assumption that the prosecution's theory of the case is correct, and we go around and around in a logical merry-go-round. And that is why they're able to come up with numbers like 1 in 100 or 1 in 50 when the NRC numbers are 45%, 59%, 48%. So, you know, this is not appropriate. It doesn't comply with the court's order. It's not even consistent with their own chart. Their own chart, when they list numbers, is headed frequency. They're not offering frequencies. They're offering these complex conditional probabilities premised on sets of assumptions which are going to be controversial and which I think may not match the facts of this case. For example, if the prosecution's theory of the case is correct, the number of contributors to the steering wheel stain has to be at least 3. And yet, the statistics they're offering on that are probabilities premised on the notion that there are only 2 contributors. And the statistics ask, what's the probability that by randomly choosing 2 and only 2 people, you would produce the exact results that we see here? That's simply not relevant to the facts of this case.
Mr. Clark?
Yes. With regard to, first of all, Mr. Thompson's characterization is wrong as to the prosecution's theory that there's 3 donors on the steering wheel. All that's been reported by Dr. Cotton thus far is that there are types from which 2 individuals cannot be excluded, and there's another allele. That is not inconsistent with 2 contributors. We know there's at least 2 because there's a mixture. It may very well be only 2. But
No, I'm more interested not so much in the theory of the prosecution's case, but in the method in reaching this calculation in the first place. Have you had the opportunity to review the proposal by Professor Thompson with Dr. Cotton? Because this appears to be the aggregation that's recommended at page 59 of the NRC report.
just very briefly, if I could, I'd like to speak with her a little bit more.
All right. When do you anticipate hitting this point in your...
That's flexible with the court's direction. If cross-examination is finished and then I can conduct my redirect, which at this point is not substantial, then perhaps, I see a smile on the court's face, then perhaps we could address this issue once Dr. Cotton and I have had a chance to discuss it.
All right, let's do that. All right, we've framed the issues. I think counsel should have the opportunity to go over with Dr. Cotton what these numbers are. Professor Thompson, do you have a similar calculation for the other stain?
I don't have it right now, Your Honor. I'd be happy to discuss with Dr. Cotton how we think that should be approached.
All right.
For that one, we need some additional data, which they have access to and we may not.
Okay. All right, then I propose that we proceed with the jury, that probably what will occur is Dr. Cotton and Mr. Clark will have the opportunity to confer over the lunch hour. And let's start with the jury now.
Your Honor, if I may, could I ask that Dr. Weir's report be marked as an exhibit for the court's purposes only?
Yeah, I'd like to read it over the lunch hour as well. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Members of our jury panel, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I understand we enjoyed our weekend activities. I understand one of us was unusually lucky. All right, Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning again, Dr. Cotton.
Good morning.
You reminded, ma'am, you were still under oath, and Mr. Neufeld.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations, sir. Thanks. Good morning, Dr. Cotton.
Good morning, Mr. Neufeld.
Now, what I'd like to do, Dr. Cotton, is return to item 29 briefly, which was where we left off on Friday morning. On direct examination, you had testified that the prosecutor's board was not correct because it failed to include Nicole Brown Simpson as a potential contributor to the mixed blood stain on the steering wheel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you wrote in the name Brown.
Yes.
All right, do we need to prop that up so the jury can see what we're talking about here?
Yeah. And Dr. Cotton, on Friday during cross-examination, you admitted that the number 4 allele reflects the presence of a potential third person into that mixture. Is that correct?
Objection made.
Call roll.
The 4 allele, if you assume that there are 3 people, the 4 allele is a third person. Alternatively, the 4 allele could just be a second person.
Well, isn't that true? In fact, with
You
every...
do-
I'm sorry.
You can't tell from this data whether there's 2 or 3 people there.
In fact, in any instance where you have more than 2 alleles, let's say you have 3 or 4 alleles present, you can tell whether it's a mixture of 2 people or more than 2 people, correct?
That's right.
Could be 3 people, right?
Could be.
Could be 4 people.
It could be.
Right. But if we're now simply referring to the column on that board, the second to the last column says not excluded, you'd agree, I think you've already said, that Mr. Simpson cannot be excluded, correct?
That's right.
And I think you'd also said that you'd agree that Nicole Brown Simpson cannot be excluded as well, correct?
That's right.
But you're also saying that you can't exclude some other person whose identity is unknown. Isn't that correct, who possesses that 4 allele?
That's right.
So what I'd like you to do, Dr. Cotton, is to add, if you would, under the category that says not excluded, this additional card that
Let me
says
see
third
counsel.
person.
Let me see counsel over at sidebar, please, with the reporter. No, let's proceed. Mr. Newville.
Thank you. Dr. Cotton, given the observed alleles on item 29, the mixed blood stain on the steering wheel, there's a category here called not excluded. You see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I walk through so that I can see this chart?
Certainly.
And the alleles observed again on sample 29 are 1.1, correct?
Yes.
1.2, correct?
Yes.
And finally the 4.
Yes.
And if we were able to make a separate column called not excluded, you would agree, Dr. Cotton, that Mr. Simpson could not be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. Is that correct?
That's right.
So I'm going to add his name into the column of people who cannot be excluded. And would you agree that given the alleles in this mixture, that Nicole Brown Simpson cannot be excluded?
That's right. I agree.
So I'm going to add her name to the column of people who can't be excluded. Is that consistent with your testimony?
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that given the presence of the 4 allele, that anyone else who has a genotype, the DQ alpha, of either 4, 4, 4, 1.1, or 4, 1.2 also cannot be excluded?
Yes, I do.
So may I
You're
add-
correct.
So may I add that collective person, if you will, as a third category under not excluded?
Yes, that would be another group of people that wouldn't be excluded.
Thank you. And is it consistent with your testimony if I simply describe this person as someone of either type 4, 4, or 4, 1.1, or 4, 1.2? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So by your testimony and your observations of this DQ alpha type, then there would be these 3 different listings and under the not excluded column. Is that correct?
That's the 3 different listings you get. If you're assuming 3 contributors, you can break it down in that manner.
Oh, I'm not assuming anything.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Could the
sorry.
witness finish your answer, please?
Yes.
Please do.
You could simply also make a list of all the possible genotypes that could be in there, and it would include the ones you've listed there, including the one for Mr. Simpson and the one for Nicole Brown.
In your column where you have not excluded, you didn't make an assumption that there were simply 2 donors, did you?
No, we didn't make any assumption at all about how many donors there were.
Right. So likewise, if we don't make any assumption as to how many donors there are, in the categories of people not excluded, you would agree then with the 3 different groupings that I placed on defendants next in order, which would be what, Your Honor?
I believe it would be 1151.
1151?
1151.
that correct, sir? Ma'am? Doctor? Excuse me. It's a long weekend, I apologize.
Yeah, you're correct, but what I'm trying to get, the point I'm trying to get to is that if you don't make any assumptions at all about how many donors there are in there are genotypes that aren't on your list. You wouldn't exclude a 1111. You wouldn't exclude a 1.2, 1.2.
Well, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
1.1 is on the list,
Oh,
isn't
yeah,
it?
that's right, okay.
Isn't that Nicole
You're
Brown
right,
Simpson?
you're right, okay. I guess we have all possible.
Wait! First of all, you can't
Sorry.
talk at the same time. Secondly, when I say wait, everybody stops, including you, Dr. Cotton, including you, Mr. Neufeld. You can't argue with the witness and with the answer that she's giving. You get to ask questions, you get to give answers, Doctor. Proceed.
Thank you. With permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to be able to move the pad so the rest of the jurors can see it as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, in terms of eliminating other possible contributors to this mixed stain, Dr. Cotton, are you aware that neither Dennis Fung or Andrea Mazzola could have contributed the number 4 allele to this mixture?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
All right, let me ask you a hypothetical, based on a good faith basis. May I just show something to the... May I produce a
May we approach
document?
the bench, please?
Yes, with the court reporter. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
One moment, Your Honor. Dr. Khan, the first samples that were sent to you by the Los Angeles Police Department were sent on or about June 22nd, 1994. Is that correct?
That's right.
And at least initially, the person that you were expected to contact with the results of your testing was Michelle Kessler at the LAPD. Is that correct?
She was one of the contacts, yes. There was another person who could also be a contact, if I remember correctly.
Let me just show you a document to see if it refreshes your recollection on this point. Let me ask you this question. Were you, at least initially, instructed by the Los Angeles Police Department that the results should be communicated to Michelle Kessler?
Yes.
And I believe on September 8, 1994, your laboratory prepared a report on DNA results, did it not?
We have a lot of reports. Which one?
One dated September 8th.
Yes, I found it.
Found it?
Yes,
Okay. And that's a report written to Michelle Kessler?
that's right.
And isn't it a fact that on September 12th of 1994, Cellmark actually faxed a copy of this report to Michelle Kessler at the Los Angeles Police Department?
We may have, I don't have all those records down here with me.
Perhaps I can help you.
Sorry, may I see what?
Sure. What's next on Your Honor?
152. Excuse me, 1152.
I'll show you a document which has been marked since 1152, which is a five-page report, excuse me. And ask you if you can identify that document.
Yes, this is a copy of the September 8th report, and although the fax cover is not here, and I can't exactly read all the figures at the top, it seems to say from Cellmark Diagnostics. I can't read any fax date on the top, however.
If you look at the next page of the page excerpt, where it
see.
seems to be a little bit clearer.
Oh, yeah,
Can you
there
see
we
a
go.
date?
Right, right. And the date is September 12th, 1994 at 1:45.
Okay. And so that would indicate, Dr. Cotton, thank you, that this September 8th report was faxed to Michelle Kessler at the Los Angeles Police Department on September 12th, 1994?
Yes.
Now, did Cellmark disclose the results in that report to anyone other than Michelle Kessler during the month of September?
No.
Overruled.
Did Cellmark disclose any of the results contained in that report of September 8th to anyone in the media?
Absolutely not.
Overruled.
Are you aware, Dr. Cotton, that there were certain media reports on September 12th concerning the results?
Objection seems facts not in evidence.
It's irrelevant.
I want to ask you some questions, Dr. Cotton, about the substrate controls in this case, all right?
Sure.
Now, in this case, Andrea Mazzola testified that she created substrate control swatches for every stain that she collected at Bundy and at Rockingham. Are you aware of that, by the way?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No. I've watched little bits and pieces of testimony here and there, but I have not listened to the entirety. I didn't have time
All
to
right.
do that, so yeah,
You
I'm
stated-
not.
Okay, thank you. You stated on direct examination, Dr. Cotton, that testing the substrate control swatch can be informative if the testing of that swatch reveals the presence of DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that if DNA is found, one explanation could be that there was certain biological material in the area immediately adjacent to the bloodstain?
Yes, that would be the interpretation.
And would you agree that another explanation, Dr. Cotton, could be that both the bloodstain swatch and the substrate control swatch were cross-contaminated at some point after the collection of the evidence? That's
Well,
another possible interpretation.
If you are testing the substrate control and you found DNA on it, then that would say that your first explanation would be correct, and the other explanation, which you just said, is that it could have been contaminated later, but it doesn't say anything about whether the actual piece of evidence was contaminated later. It only says something about that substrate control.
No, but as an expert in the field, Dr. Cotton, if you thought that there may have been a cross-contamination of that substrate control, and the substrate control was handled all the way along the process with the evidentiary stains, would that at least cause you to consider the possibility in your mind that the evidentiary stains may also have been cross-contaminated?
Objection irrelevant, also seems facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
It certainly would say, it would raise that possibility in your mind, but it wouldn't tell you definitely one way or the other.
Okay.
It wouldn't tell you anything.
Well, it would tell you that you should be concerned about that possibility. Is that correct?
Yes, but being concerned about it and knowing something aren't the same thing.
Well, I think you also said that you can't know for sure whether there was cross-contamination with a sample before you ever received it anyway. Isn't that right?
Of course.
Well, would you agree with the following proposition, Dr. Cotton? When a stain of blood is analyzed with PCR, it is important to analyze the unstained materials next to the stain with PCR as a control for contamination.
I think you can, I know you can do that. Sometimes, depending on the nature of the evidence, it may be more important to do that than other times. We do not, in our laboratory, routinely request a substrate control. If we're requested to do one, of course we do it, but we do not routinely request one, or if we're given a big stain, we don't routinely take one, because it's not always going to be informative depending on the nature of the evidence.
So what you're saying is that it's your policy to defer to the submitting agency as to whether or not the control swatches get analyzed.
That's what we would generally do.
Now, so just getting back to the proposition that I asked you about, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that it is important to analyze the control swatch at the same time for PCR testing as you analyze the evidentiary stain?
I don't think it makes any difference if you do it one way or the other.
But do you believe it's important to do it?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
I'm not sure what you're asking me. Are you asking me, is it important to, at at the same time that you do the DNA extraction from the evidence swatch, that you do the DNA extraction from the control swatch at the same time?
Did you say on direct examination, Dr. Cotton, that it's important when you have a certain kind of control, be it a negative control or a positive control, that the control should be run in parallel to the actual evidentiary items?
Well, I said you should run a reagent blank control in parallel to the actual items.
And did you also say that you should run the amplification control in parallel to the items?
Yes, the negative reagent, the negative control that you set up at the time of amplification is always run in parallel.
And did you also say that you should run the positive control in parallel
Yes.
to the other items of evidence?
Yes.
And you said on direct examination that another type of control that exists is this substrate control. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
So my question, Dr. Cotton, is, would you agree with the following proposition, that when the blood stain is analyzed for PCR, it is important to analyze at the same time the unstained material which makes up the substrate control?
No, I don't think it's important. I think you can do it later, and it will still give you the same information as if you do it at the same time.
So what you're saying, and correct me if I'm misstating it, Dr. Cotton, that as long as you do it later, when you do it is not critical.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, in this case, Dr. Cotton, you received blood-stained items, swatches from items 47, 49, 50, and 52 last summer. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And is it also true that when the LAPD sent you those items representing stains from the Bundy Walkway, they failed to send you substrate control swatches for the same items?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
When the Los Angeles Police Department sent you last summer the blood-stained swatches for items 47, 49, 50, and 52, did they send you the substrate control swatches for the same items?
No, they didn't.
And in October of 1994, you received the blood-stained swatches for item number 48, did you not?
You'll have to let me check my sheets first. Can you give me some kind of number that I'm looking for here, or a specific date?
October 12th. On or about October 12th. If you take a look in your report dated November 11th, 1994, you may see a reference.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
So is that correct, that on or about October 12th, you received two blood-stained swatches representing what was purported to represent item 48?
Yes, but I think that was the actual item 48. I got a lot of stuff here, so let me go back, okay?
Sure.
All right.
I may have created a misunderstanding and not have been as clear as I should have been in my question, and perhaps I can save some time. Isn't it true that on about October 12th, 1994, that you received 2 bloodstained swatches which were labeled item 48 from the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And in that same shipment, did they send you the control swatch, the substrate control swatch for item 48?
Yes.
And what record do you have of that, of receiving that control swatch on that date?
We have a login for item number 48 with a C after it.
Well, let me ask you this question. In the report that I just referred you to, of which I referred you to, which referred to the October 12th date, didn't that say that you only received 2 swatches, both of which were stained?
Yes.
It doesn't refer to a unstained swatch being received in that shipment, does it?
It doesn't, but we have a statement in our, no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm only finding the information about item 48 itself in this report with the types from item 48.
Which would be the stain, the blood-stained portions, correct?
That's right.
And
That's
so,
why I'm getting confused. I'm not finding what you're referring to, and I don't know if it's simply not here, or I'm not finding it.
well, there's no indication anywhere in your reports that you received the substrate control swatch for item 48 in that shipment on October 12th, isn't that right?
That's right.
And since you did not receive from the Los Angeles Police Department the substrate control swatches for those 5, for the stains from the purported Bundy drops, would it be fair to say that you also did not run control swatches when you actually did the DNA testing on the evidence itself?
We didn't run any control swatches on that early set of evidence at the time that we analyzed that group of samples.
And would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, as an expert, that since the Los Angeles Police Department did not ship to you the substrate control swatches for the Bundy walkway stains at the same time as the evidentiary stains, that you have no knowledge regarding how these control swatches were handled since their purported collection to the present?
That would be true. However, we did receive some control swatches later, and I'd have to look at which samples those were control swatches for to say I had no knowledge.
All right, well, let's start out with the first step.
Okay.
Assuming for a moment that you did receive some control swatches much more recently, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Certainly, based on the fact that you didn't receive the control swatches along with the evidentiary stains last summer and in October, would you agree that you have no knowledge regarding how those control swatches were handled since their purported collection up until the time, much more recently, that you received any of those control swatches?
Yes, of course that would be the case.
And Dr. Cotton, in this case, there was also testimony that by Andrea Mazzola, that when she testified on August 23rd, 1994, that she had testified that she put her initials on bindles that she processed on the morning of June 14th. My question to you, Dr. Cotton, is, do your records reflect that any of the bindles that you received from the Los Angeles Police Department bore Mazzola's initials?
Objection argument is the first portion.
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Do your records have Andrea Mazzola's initials on any of them? I'm sorry, do your records reflect that on the bindles that you received, whether Andrea Mazzola's initials appeared on any of those bindles?
They don't reflect whether they do or don't. That is, we wouldn't be writing that down. We would be writing down what was inside the bindle.
Did you look at the bindles yourself when they came in?
On the original pieces of evidence or the control swatches later on?
The original pieces of evidence.
We did look at them, and this is on the first group of stuff that we received. Yes, we did look at them.
And to the best of your recollection, isn't it a fact that Ms. Mazzola's initials were not on any of those bindles?
I don't have any specific recollection. It's not a piece of information that I would have been likely to remember.
Now, Dr. Cotton, you said that you did receive some control swatches more recently, is that right?
Yes, we did.
Would that be in April, this past April of 1995?
Yes, it would.
And isn't it a fact, Dr. Cotton, and that would be, I'm sorry, and would that be the only time that you received any control swatches in this case?
I believe that those are the only control swatches that we received.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that from the very first time you received item 47 in this case until today, as you sit on this witness stand, that the Los Angeles Police Department never sent to you the substrate control swatch for item 47?
Yes, that would be correct.
And so item 47's control swatch has never been examined or tested by your laboratory?
That's right.
Would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that from the time they first sent you item 48 in this case until today, as you sit on this witness stand, Los Angeles Police Department never sent you the substrate control for item 48?
That's correct.
Dr. Cotton, apparently they did send you on April 4th material labeled item 49, but doesn't say it was the item 49 control. Isn't that correct?
It didn't state on the label the word control.
It just said item 49, correct?
That's right.
All right. So do you have independent knowledge as to whether you received on April 4th the control for item 49, or did you just receive a portion of item 49?
I have photographs in the case folder of what that item looked like, but I don't have any on paper writing that says anything other than item 49.
Okay. So you have no document or record which reflects that you received the control for item 49 either in that batch. Is that correct?
That's what I just said.
Now I call your attention to item 50, the fourth of those stains at the Bundy location. From the date that you first received item number 50, the evidentiary stains, until today, as you sit here on this witness stand, have you ever received the substrate control swatch for item number 50?
No, we haven't.
Finally, for item number 52, Dr. Cotton, from the day you received the evidentiary portion of item 52 until today, as you sit here on this witness stand, has the Los Angeles Police Department ever sent to you the substrate control swatch for item 52 for DNA analysis?
No, they haven't sent it to us.
In your laboratory, Dr. Cotton, is there a standard procedure that every employee who removes or puts something into a bindle puts his or her initials on the bindle?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the practices in other laboratories, Dr. Cotton?
Not particularly.
Well, Dr. Cotton, to the extent that you have expertise in this area, would you agree that it is a standard procedure at every forensic science laboratory to have an individual who either removes or puts something into a bindle to initial that bindle?
I can really only speak for what we do in our laboratory, and when we take something in or out, the bindle is taped and initials are put across the tape and the adjacent paper.
Now, referring to another type of control, Dr. Cotton, you mentioned something called a reagent blank. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And is the reagent blank sometimes referred to as an extraction blank also?
Yes.
And is that because this control starts at the beginning of the processing of the sample at the laboratory when you first extract the DNA from the sample?
That's exactly right.
And am I correct in saying, Dr. Cotton, that a reagent blank is simply a tube without any DNA in it that gets processed along with all the other evidentiary samples?
Yes, generally that's what it is, or it could, on rare occasions, contain, if you had to swab a stain off of something, if we had to do that in the lab and that hadn't previously been done for us, we might include a piece of the swab before it was used. So it's not always absolutely empty, but most of the time it is.
And generally, at least in this case, that's what you meant by a reagent blank, one that was empty.
That's right.
One moment. Now, if at the end of all those steps that comprise the DNA typing procedure, Dr. Cotton, the reagent blank tests positive for the presence of DNA, it means the control failed. Is that correct?
You're putting a very black and white interpretation on there. It means that you have some DNA that was in there at some point, and that's not a term to say a control failed. That almost means to me that the control didn't provide you with the information that you need instead of did. So I wouldn't choose that term myself.
All right.
But
Well,
it does mean that you have some DNA in there that you normally would not expect to have in there.
Well, it's not just normally, Dr. Cotton. The way you run your experiment and the reason you have this reagent blank is, and the way it's run in this case, for instance, is because if the test is run correctly, there shouldn't be any DNA in the reagent blank at the end of all those steps when you analyze it. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly right, yes.
And in fact, if you do see the presence of DNA, it means that the experiment was not a success. Would you agree with that?
Well, again, it's the same thing. It's informative. It doesn't necessarily mean your results are wrong if you equate wrong with success or correctness with success. It doesn't mean your results are wrong. It does mean that you want to go back and possibly redo it, possibly, relook at what you did. You might only go back if you thought something had happened just at the very last part. You might want to just go back and do the very last part. It means you want to go back and look at what you've done carefully.
Well, Dr. Cotton, if in fact you see DNA profile in the reagent blank, which is supposed to have no DNA in it, could that also mean that evidentiary specimens that were processed at the same time as the reagent blank were contaminated with some form of DNA?
It could mean that.
In fact, isn't that one of the dangers when you see a DNA profile in what should be a negative control? Isn't that an indication of the possibility that contamination or cross-contamination occurred early on in the process?
It indicates that that could have happened, yes.
In 50%. Is that right?
That's right.
And so the first step that you undertook when you received those two samples in June of 1994 was to extract the DNA from the 90% portion of those two samples. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this extraction of items of DNA from items 49 and 50, this was done before Drs. Blake and Dr. Lee even visited your laboratory. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
Now, after the extraction process, Dr. Cotton, you took a small portion of the extracted DNA and you ran, I think what you described as either a test gel or a yield gel to determine approximately how much DNA is present?
That's right.
And is that what you actually did with items 49 and 50?
Well, I didn't actually do it myself, but that's what was done with 49 and 50.
And as to both items 49 and 50, when that little mini gel test was run, you concluded that there was too little DNA present for RFLP testing. Is that correct?
And we concluded it was too degraded for RFLP testing.
Okay. Now, in some situations, Dr. Cotton, after you take that small portion of the 90% and do that test, would you be able to recycle the balance of the 90% to use for other forms of testing, such as PCR testing?
We would only do that if we had run a reagent blank control during that DNA extraction.
If you would run a reagent blank control that we just described during that part of the processing of items 49 and 50, then you would be able to recycle the balance of that 90% of unused DNA. Is that correct?
That's right.
But in this case, Dr. Cotton, your laboratory simply didn't run a reagent blank negative control for items 49 and 50. Is that correct?
Not at the time that we did that first extraction.
And so for items 49 and 50, at least as to the bulk of that 90% of the material that you received, it could not be recycled for PCR testing, could it?
Well, you could do it. You simply wouldn't have a reagent blank control to run along with it. So we did not use that initial extracted DNA when we did our PCR test on that sample.
Well, the reason you didn't use the balance of that 90% portion is because you could not know for sure whether or not there was some contamination that occurred with respect to items 49 and 50 without having a reagent blank. Isn't that right?
Yes, we couldn't know what had happened during that DNA extraction.
And so to be scientifically cautious, you didn't use that portion of 49 and 50, which you failed to use a reagent blank on, for follow-up PCR testing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Does your laboratory keep a centralized log indicating the number of times that you failed to run a particular control?
No, we don't have any kind of log like that. Never mind. We don't have a log like that.
All right. Dr. Cotton, do you agree with the following proposition? If a negative control is positive in one experiment, it indicates a potential problem, not just for that experiment, but for any experiment performed by the laboratory at about the same time.
I agree that that might be the case, but in other words, it might indicate that there were problems with other experiments, or it might indicate there was a problem just with the one thing that you did. And you'd have to go back and look at other things to make that determination.
Well, that's
So
all
I guess I don't agree with that statement.
You don't agree with it?
Not completely, no.
Well, the statement simply says it indicates a potential problem, not a definitive problem.
Okay,
No,
I'll go
now
for
that it says that,
potential
you would agree with
problem.
that?
Wait.
Sorry. Let me repeat the proposition one more time, Dr. Cotton. If a blank control is positive in one experiment, it indicates a potential problem, not just for that experiment, but for any experiment performed at about the same time. Would you agree with that proposition?
I would agree with that statement as you read it, yes.
Okay. And Dr. Cotton, are you familiar with that portion of the National Academy of Science report, DNA Technology and Forensic Science, which addresses the issue regarding the consequences of a control failure in PCR testing?
Objection. Some facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Well,
Also move to strike. Counsel's comment.
Overruled. Ask Dr. Cotton if she's familiar with that part of the report.
are you familiar with the portion of the NRC report entitled DNA Technology and Forensic Science, which addresses that same issue, the consequences of a control failure.
Can you just tell me what the title of that section is?
It's page 67 of the NRC report, if you'd like to take a look at it. It begins on 65 and runs through 67. In particular, Dr. Cotton, could you take a look at one portion of that just to save time?
The statement that you just pointed out to me is the one that you just read to me.
Okay, and in fact, in your own copy of that book, do you have that same statement underlined?
Yes, I have many things highlighted in this book.
And is that statement that I just read to you, in fact, one of those statements?
Yes.
And is that a portion of the NRC report that you, in fact, relied upon in coming to an expert opinion as to the consequences of a control failure in PCR testing?
I've read this portion of the book. I'm having a little trouble with this concept of relied upon. I've read this portion of the book. I agree with some of it, and I don't agree with other parts. I happen to agree with that statement, but if you ask me, did I agree with and rely upon that whole section, I would have to say no.
But,
All right, she's indicated you agreed with the portion that you read.
right.
All right. Next question.
And when you read that paragraph, did you also read the very next sentence?
Not just this, not when I was looking at it just now.
Okay, please do.
Oh, well.
We're back on 67, right?
Yes.
I don't really agree with this next statement, but our laboratory hasn't been in that position, so I don't know. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Well, Dr. Cotton, would this be a portion of the NRC report, namely this next sentence, that you relied upon in reaching your own opinions as to what actions to take when there was a failure of a control in PCR testing?
No.
One moment. Now, with the court's permission, may I read the entire sentence that she said she agreed with?
We've been through this already.
I only, as I stated as a proposition, a portion of a sentence. She's now read the entire sentence and said that she agrees with it.
Ask her the question.
Thank you. Dr. Cotton, do you agree with the opinion of the scientist who authored the DNA Technology and Forensic Science book for the National Academy of Science, in which they say, quote,
Oh, excuse me, objection, hearsay.
As framed.
Sustained, as framed.
Well, may we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
Nope. It's a very simple hearsay issue. Counsel, proceed.
Dr. Cotton, a moment ago when you said you agreed with and relied on that sentence, were you referring to this sentence? And I quote,
Excuse me, objection misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
may I be heard on this issue, Your Honor?
Very simple hearsay issue. Counsel, move on.
I would simply ask to make a record on that issue, Your Honor.
Nope, move on. The objection is sustained. You can make any argument at the break. We'll break at 10:30.
In your laboratory, Dr. Cotton, whenever there has been an instance, I'm sorry, a moment. In your laboratory, Dr. Cotton, has there ever been an instance when in a similar period of time, several different technicians saw DNA results on the negative controls where nothing should be visualized?
Yes, we had that occur one time.
And whenever there has been an instance where more than one technician or scientist observes a failure in the negative controls, do you document that phenomena in any laboratory-wide log?
The instance is documented in terms of a report that goes to the quality control assurance manager, and what was done to correct it also goes to her.
So there would
In
be-
terms of, a brief statement of, this is what happened, this is what we did.
So even at Cellmark, there have been occasions where the negative controls failed.
Yes, and I want to be very clear about what I'm saying. We had one instance in which the negative control that's set up at the time of amplification was giving us a signal, and we had to go back and figure out that negative control it turned out that it by itself was contaminated, but it could have been some other result. And anyway, we had to stop doing what we were doing, go back and figure that out, and then restart testing.
And would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that for each and every time where you've had the negative control failure, you haven't been able to determine by your investigation exactly how the contamination occurred in every instance when it did occur?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Well, there have been more than one occasion where a negative control has failed. Is that correct?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is there was one instance where we saw that, and I'm calling it one instance because it was confined to a period of 1 or 2 days. And so it wasn't just one test. Let me be clear. It wasn't just one test. There were several tests done over that period of 2 days, but it was this period of a couple of days that we had this problem, and that is the only period of time that we have had that particular problem.
So with respect to having that particular problem where the negative control failed over a period of 1 or 2 days in multiple tests, were you able to determine the precise cause for that failure?
We were able to, an answer is really no. We didn't know the precise cause.
One moment. And Dr. Cotton, in your laboratory, when that phenomena occurred over a period of 1 or 2 days in multiple tests, seeing DNA in the negative controls where it shouldn't be, would you refer to that phenomena as an outbreak of contamination?
I didn't refer to it like that, no.
Would you say that that's a fair characterization of it?
No.
Have you ever heard that term before?
I've heard it in court before. I've not heard it in scientific discussions.
You just said a moment ago that you only heard it in court proceedings and not in scientific papers. Is that correct?
I said discussions. That is, discussions I've had, or I can only talk about discussions I've had with people in other laboratories or in my own laboratory. If we have an instance of contamination, we don't generally refer to it as an outbreak. It sounds like we're getting the measles or something. And it's just not a term that I've ever heard used in discussing this potential problem with other scientists.
Dr. Cotton, you said that you read the NRC report many times. Is that right?
Yes.
When you read the NRC report, did you see them describe it as an outbreak of contamination?
Overruled.
Well, they may well have. I don't know. I mean, I can't. If you look at all the stuff that I have to read, I cannot remember word for word what's in the NRC report, what's in our standard operating procedure, and so forth. So, if it's in there, fine.
Dr.
But-
Cotton, would you...
I'm sorry, can the witness
Wait.
finish her answer,
Sorry,
please?
I thought she had. I
But it
apologize.
doesn't change the fact that when we discuss this in our lab and when I've discussed it with other people, that is not the terminology that I have used or I have heard anyone else use in the setting as I characterized it.
Dr. Cotton, please go back and look at the very same page we just looked at a moment ago, page 67, and the very same paragraph, and the very next paragraph.
All right, objection. Relevance hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that the NRC report states,
Objection hearsay.
Sustain.
it's for a different purpose, Your Honor.
Sustain. Ask the question appropriately.
Isn't it a fact, Dr. Cotton, that the NRC report describes this phenomena as
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Dr. Cotton, you've
Yes, sir.
reviewed that
Paragraph.
paragraph.
Yes, I have.
All right. Then, does that refresh your recollection as to that terminology?
They use the term outbreaks of contamination in this paragraph.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you agree, Dr. Cotton, that it is important to discover the source of a outbreak of contamination so that the laboratory can be cleansed of it?
No, I don't agree that you must determine the source. Sometimes that's simply not possible.
All right,
You-
Mr. Neufeld, the court reporter tells me she's about to run out of paper. So we'll take our break at this point. Do you have one or two more wind-up?
No, I don't. We can take our break right now.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And we'll take a 15-minute recess. Good morning again, Dr. Cotton.
Good morning.
Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Good morning. All right. Dr. Cotton, when you referred to the phenomenon in your laboratory where there was multiple instances of negative control failure occurring, when did that happen? You know the date?
No, I don't know the date without, it was sometime in the last 2 years, but I don't know the exact
Can you be more
date.
specific even as to the month?
No.
Do you know how many cases were included in those control failures?
I think it was about Somewhere like 4 or 6, something like that.
And for each of those 4 or 6 cases, how many samples were there tested where the negative controls failed?
I have absolutely no idea. It wouldn't have been necessarily all the samples in that case. It could have been like one sample that was done at that time, but how many, I don't have any idea.
Is there a centralized log which one could access to see how many samples had the negative controls fail in that period?
No.
Would you agree, Dr. Codden, that it is important to find out the source of the contamination causing the negative controls to fail so that you can correct the cause and thus reduce the likelihood of reoccurrence?
It's nice if you can find out the source, but many times that's not possible, so I would not agree that it was essential or necessary.
Well, in this case, Dr. Codden, isn't it true that a reagent blank that was supposed to be blank displayed DNA dots?
Do you want to rephrase that? This case, when you say this case, are we talking about the
Oh, I'm
contamination?
sorry. In this case, right here in this courtroom, involving Mr. Simpson, isn't it true that a reagent blank that was supposed to be blank displayed DNA dots?
Yes, there was one.
And I believe you said on direct examination that there can be 2 possible explanations for that occurrence. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe you said that one possible explanation is that there was a minute contamination during the original extraction, which was magnified when it was concentrated along with item 7. Do you recall saying something like that?
Yes, I do. That's a good restatement of what I said, or what I meant anyway.
Now, is it also possible that a second explanation would be that during the concentration procedure itself, the contamination occurred?
Yes,
So those would be the 2 possible explanations that you came up with.
that's right.
Now, would you agree, Dr. Codden, that if one doesn't know which explanation is correct, that to be cautious, it is incumbent on the laboratory to assume that the contamination occurred during the initial extraction?
No. I mean, there's 2 possibilities. There's no way to distinguish between them, so I think it would be inappropriate to assume one or the other.
Okay, well, if there's no way that you can prove which one it is, then certainly the explanation that the contamination that led to the reagent blank failure occurred furthest back in time as a possible theory. Isn't that correct?
Well, certainly that's possible, yes.
All right. Now, there were other samples that were extracted during that extraction of when you set up the reagent blank. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
And would you agree that the other items in this case that were extracted at the same time as the commencement of the reagent blank were items 78, 56, 52, 47, and 12?
I'd rather go into my notebooks.
Please do.
Okay. Okay, I have the beginning of the notes on that set of samples.
Okay. And is item 78 included in that list?
The reason I'm having trouble is that our numbers are different than the item 78 numbers, so what's in the information that I'm looking at are just our own numbers, and it doesn't say item 78, so we have to, let me just find the piece of paper and take it out that allows me to easily go back and forth
Please do.
between the two sets. Okay, yes, item 78 was in that group.
And is item 56 in that group?
Yes, it is.
Is item 52 in that group?
Yes, it is.
And item 52 is the one where you did RFLP analysis, correct?
That's right.
And is item 47 in that group?
Yes, it is.
And is item 12 in that group?
Yes.
And are there any other items
that's
in
right.
that group that I left out?
You'll have to give me a minute, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
No, that's it.
Dr. Cotton, given the presence of DNA on the reagent blank negative control happening when you ran that batch of items that you just enumerated, shouldn't you have gone back and repeated the extraction procedure for those 5 items in the case?
No.
Doesn't your protocol, Dr. Cotton, say that if the reagent blank fails, then all the samples must be re-extracted?
The reagent blank for the other samples, apart from our sample 06, which is item 7, when that reagent blank was originally typed, it typed with no DNA signal visible at all. Therefore, the sets of the samples apart from sample 7 that did not get put through the microcon could not have been even if we assume, if we just say for the sake of assumption that there was some minor level of contamination that got concentrated later by the microcon, it was not at a sufficiently high level to produce any product whatsoever, and therefore it couldn't have affected the types that we came up with on the set of samples apart from the one that went through the microcon.
Well, Dr. Cotton, isn't it true that a contaminant does not necessarily have to contaminate all samples in the same quantity?
Given that all these things are in solution and based on the solutions would be normally considered to be even distributions of molecules, I don't really think that that's an important consideration.
But isn't that true, Dr. Cotton, only if you can assume what the cause of the contamination in the reagent blank is?
No, I think that since the reagent blank contamination clearly didn't show up in that first set of samples, that it does not present any problem to that first set of samples.
Dr. Cotton, doesn't your protocol explicitly state that if the reagent blank fails, then the entire experiment for the samples that are run with it should be deemed inconclusive? Isn't that in your protocol?
I'd have to look at the protocol to see what it specifically states, but in the protocol we don't usually use the word experiment, so it'd be better to go back and look at what it specifically states. I believe that it states that if possible the sample should be run again.
And does it also state, to your recollection, that the data should be deemed inconclusive?
Yes, it states that, but I can't tell you right off the top of my head if it states that as an absolute or it should be that's a possibility that should be considered.
Let me just show you the following document, see if it refreshes your recollection on this particular point. Thank you. Doesn't your protocol say that that when this happens, the test will be considered inconclusive? When I say this, I mean when the reagent blank fails.
Yes.
It doesn't say it could possibly be considered inconclusive, does it? It doesn't qualify it that way.
Well, there is a sentence later on that refers to the PhDs using their discretion when, and I can't restate the sentence exactly, maybe you can find it there, but there is some discretion there on the part of the PhD. And this sample before, it was amplified before it went through the microcon, and that amplification was also later on typed. So the sample wasn't exactly done in duplicate, but the results were obtained twice.
Dr. Cardin, in fact, two people reviewed this same reagent blank, and both people concluded that there were DNA dots present, correct?
There are two.
There was no dissenting opinion on that, was there?
No.
And in fact, I believe you said a moment ago that you should try to do re-extractions of the samples, but I believe it's your position that's not essential. Is that correct?
Well, in this case, I don't know that, again, I'd have to go back into the notes. I can't tell you whether or not we had enough sample available to do a re-extraction.
Well, to the best of your knowledge, did you make any effort at attempting to re-extract those samples?
In order to answer your, well, I know that we didn't, but what I can't tell you without going back into the record is whether or not there was anything that was available to us to go back and re-extract.
Would you please take a look at your notes to see whether or not any effort was made by Cellmark to do a re-extraction on those samples that were typed at the same time that the reagent blank tested positive?
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand when you asked me the first time. I thought you were referring to just sample item number 7.
No, I'm asking you whether or not efforts were made to do a new extraction from items 78, 52, 56, 47, and 12 after you got a negative control failure on the reagent blank.
We didn't get a reagent blank control failure for those items because the reagent blank typed with those items prior to putting it through a microcon was not positive, and those items were not repeated.
Dr. Codden, didn't you say a few minutes ago that one possible explanation for the DNA dots appearing on the reagent blank could be that when the initial extraction occurred, before you even reprocessed it, that when the initial extraction occurred, that's when the contamination occurred? Didn't you say that, doctor?
Yes, I did, but the reagent blank dots don't show up. If they don't show up with a set of samples, they can't have influenced anything. If you can't see anything, it can't have affected the types.
Well, Dr. Codden, you would agree that somehow there was a contaminant that got into that reagent blank that created some DNA to be present. Isn't that right?
Oh,
Somehow a contaminant got in there that caused the reagent blank to be positive at the point for item 7 after the microcon concentration had had happened.
And when you created the reagent blank, you created it at the same time as you extracted those other samples that I just described, namely 78, 52, 56, 47, and 12. Isn't that right?
It was started at the same time, yes, but the end result, the reagent blank that gave the end result with 2 faint dots on it, had gone through an additional procedure that the other items handled apart from item 7 did not go through.
But finally, Dr. Cotton, didn't you say that you can't rule out the possibility that the contamination of the reagent blank occurred prior to that additional step, that it occurred during the initial extraction?
That's right, but I can rule out the possibility that it affected the types.
Do you even know to this day what actually happened to precipitate that reagent blank from lighting up with DNA dots?
No, it would be impossible to determine that at the time you did the work or at this point.
Now, I ask you to turn your attention to item 78. The stain removed from the bottom of the boot on Mr. Goldman.
And do you want me to look at PCR information or RFLP?
I believe you have a report on December 5th that refers to both, but I may be mistaken. Let me ask you this. By December 5th, you had completed both the RFLP testing and the PCR testing. Isn't that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
And I believe it was your testimony on direct examination, Dr. Cotton, that the banding patterns that you observed in item 78 could be consistent with a banding pattern of Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that right?
Yes.
But I believe you also said that with respect to the other band seen, it was simply inconclusive as to whether or not Mr. Goldman is included or excluded. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Now, let's turn to the fingernail scrapings. You did not actually receive fingernail scrapings from the Los Angeles Police Department, did you?
No.
And you did not receive fingernail cuttings from the Los Angeles Police Department, did you?
That's correct.
What you received were solutions, if you will, from the Department of Justice DNA laboratory in Berkeley. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you do not know what portion of the scrapings were utilized to do the DNA typing, do you?
To do the DNA typing in our laboratory?
Yes.
Or
You don't know from where in the fingernail scrapings a sample was taken for you to do DNA typing in your laboratory. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
And you do not know from where on the fingernail cuttings the samples were removed for you to do DNA typing in your laboratory.
Yes, that's correct.
And would it be fair to say that you do not know whether the samples or the portions of the samples that Greg Matheson utilized for EAP typing at the LAPD laboratory could have been different portions of those samples?
That's right, I don't know that.
And would you also agree that one second. With permission, I'd like to show the witness a slide which is already in evidence, 1143 D.
Proceed.
Can you see that slide, Dr. Cotton?
May I step down and view it from down there?
Sure. Take
Does it matter?
your time.
No. Whatever you feel most comfortable with, Doctor. Mr. Neufeld.
Are you aware, Dr. Cotton, that in this particular case, an EAP test was done by Gregory Matheson, which provided a result that was different than the EAP profile for Nicole Brown Simpson?
I'm aware that you did a test, and I'm aware there was some difference.
Okay. And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that when you are doing an EAP test, you are looking at what is known as a red blood cell protein?
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that red blood cells do not have DNA in them?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to go back for a second, Dr. Cotton, to clarify it for me, in blood cells there are two types of cells, correct?
Well, there are really many kinds of cells.
All right.
If you want to get real fine differentiations, but if you want to classify them as red cells and white cells, for our purposes, that's going to work fine.
Okay. And Dr. Cotton, it's only the white cells that have the DNA, is that right?
Yes,
And the red cells for which you do an EAP test on do not have DNA.
that's right.
Thank you. You can have your seat again, please. I believe one of the statements you made on direct examination, Dr. Cotton, was the more genetic markers you look at, the more information you have. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that that would apply to conventional serological markers as well as to DNA genetic markers?
I would think so.
For instance, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that you could include somebody with a PCR DQ alpha type and then, for instance, do an ABO test, which excludes a person?
Yes, you could do that. I don't know enough about ABO testing to know the intricacies of what exact kinds of results you get, but could that phenomenon happen? Certainly.
And when you're looking at an ABO test, you're not looking at that person's ABO typing on a DNA level. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that likewise the fingernail scrapings could appear to be consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson for certain DNA markers, but she could be excluded based on a red cell protein marker? That that's possible.
It's possible, yes.
Let me ask you one other question about these fingernail scrapings, Dr. Cotton. You had said on direct examination that sometimes the scientists in your laboratory are asked to examine a lane from the electrophoretic plate without being influenced by the bands they see on the lane to the left or the bands they see on the lane to the right. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I did.
And you mentioned that, I believe you said, well, one of the things you want to avoid sometimes is a term called examiner bias.
I didn't say that.
Have you ever heard the expression examiner bias?
Yes.
And not just in forensic context, but have you heard that term used in conjunction with people who are asked to score autorads?
Again, it's something that I've been asked about sometimes in court. It's not something we normally are discussing in the lab, but I don't have anything more to say about it than that.
Okay. Well, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that one way to avoid examiner bias on a particular lane that you're asked to score is to do what you said earlier on direct examination, namely cover up the information on the adjacent lanes and just look at the lane under question?
From what we do in the lab with autoradiographs, we do that sometimes because sometimes it's helpful in determining whether a band is sufficiently dark to score it.
Okay. Now, I want to show you an item which is People's 224B in evidence, which Mr. Matheson was asked to score using that same method, namely where you cover up the adjacent lanes and interpret it. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that same lane, Dr. Cotton.
Mr. Neufeld, can I offer you some Post-its?
Now,
To ask a few foundational questions. Mr. Neufeld?
Dr. Cotton, have there been times when you have been asked to look at electrophoretic plates or photographs of electrophoretic plates to determine when a certain band may be controversial as to its existence or non-existence, to make a call on that by covering up the adjacent lanes?
Objection vague as to electrophoretic, and also beyond the scalp.
Which test are we talking about here?
I'm going to show her it's the EAP, Your Honor.
Sustain on scope.
Separate and apart, Dr. Cotton, for a particular type of test, would you agree, however, that it is a recognized procedure when you have a difficult-to-interpret lane to cover up the adjacent lanes and score it blindly?
Well, again, I can only speak for what we do in our lab, and what we do in our lab only pertains to DNA testing. So in our lab, that's a procedure that we use. I can't really speak to anything else.
Well, but Dr. Cotton, even in the field of medical research on DNA testing, isn't that a procedure that is also sometimes used in that application?
Well, again, I can only tell you what I've done. I didn't do that when I was running RFLP gels when I was doing research. I just didn't. We do it in our lab for the purpose that I described of trying to determine whether we can all see a particular band, and that's the extent of my use of that procedure.
And would it be fair to say that you at least regard it as an appropriate scientific procedure for the use in your laboratory?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about proficiency testing. Okay? You had referred on direct examination to the fact that Cellmark undergoes proficiency testing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you referred to different types of proficiency testing that Cellmark has undergone. Is that correct?
That's right.
And isn't it true, Dr. Cotton, that the Cellmark laboratory makes available a summary of your laboratory's error rate as measured by proficiency testing?
Objection vague.
Hold on.
We make available a summary of the lists of the number of tests, the number of samples that were involved, and if you were to calculate error rate using a specific formula, that calculation is also on that summary sheet.
I'm not asking you about what the error rate is or
I
specific
understand.
numbers at this time, Dr. Cotton. All I'm saying is, don't you, in fact, on that summary that you send out, actually refer to it as an error rate?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that one of the purposes of proficiency testing is to provide a measure of error rate, just as you did in the summary that you handed out?
You can do that with the results. In my mind, that's not the main purpose, but it's certainly a calculation that one can do.
I'm not asking whether it's the main purpose, Dr. Cotton. I'm asking if that's one of the purposes.
Yes, it is.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that there are different types of proficiency testing?
Oh, yes. I agree.
Next in order is 1153, Your Honor.
All right, defense 1153.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that one type of proficiency test is known as open proficiency tests?
Yes.
Okay? I'm going to call this chart proficiency test, if that's all right with you, because we're going to be describing proficiency tests. Is that okay?
It's okay with me.
Okay. Now, one type you said is an open proficiency test, is that right?
Yes.
And another type of proficiency test is called a blind proficiency test, is that right?
Yes.
And the difference between an open test and a blind test, Dr. Cotton, is that in a blind test, the laboratory is unaware that it's being tested, isn't that correct?
That's right.
And in an open test, you're aware that it's a test, as opposed to actual casework.
That's right.
And furthermore, Dr. Cotton, there's another way to break down proficiency tests, isn't there? Well, let me ask you this way. Other than simply dividing those tests which are open from those tests which are blind, can you also separate those tests which are internal from those tests which are external?
Yes.
And in an internal proficiency test, the proficiency test is actually created by the laboratory itself. It's going to be tested.
That's right.
And on an external proficiency test, some outside agency is going to create this proficiency test and give it to the laboratory, such as Cellmark, to be tested.
That's right.
And so you would agree that there are basically 4 types of proficiency tests, based on what we've just discussed. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
And one type then would be called an open external test. Is that right?
Yes, maybe I should come down and watch you draw.
Okay. And a second type of proficiency test will be called an open internal test, namely a test where the laboratory knows it's being tested and the test was made inside the laboratory. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And based on what you just testified to as to the 4 different categories of proficiency testing, the third category would be called a blind external test, correct?
Yes.
And a fourth category would be a blind internal test. Is that correct?
Yes.
Check out proficiency.
It's been brought to my attention by my colleagues that this New York lawyer also has a spelling problem, and there should be an I in here. Is that correct, Dr. Cotton?
Yeah, I have a spelling problem too, though, so.
It's an East Coast phenomenon. Thank you, Dr. Cotton. So, would you agree that these are the 4 categories of proficiency tests?
Yeah, you can break them down, and that's a
All right,
way to do that.
great. Could you just help me? Why don't you do it? Thank you. So the other 3 is here.
All right, Mr. Neufeld. Proceed.
Yeah, well, I'd like to put it over on the side, if I may, Your Honor, because I'm going to be referring to it during the next portion of the questioning.
Proceed.
Now, Dr. Cotton, when you prepare tests yourself, when I say you, I don't mean you personally, Dr. Cotton, I mean Cellmark, the Cellmark Laboratory, you're of course familiar with the strengths and weaknesses in your own laboratory, aren't you?
I hope so.
Now, but when an external agency prepares a test, they're preparing a test that's going to go out to a number of different laboratories generally, isn't that correct?
That's right.
And the external agency is not simply thinking to itself, well, what are Cellmark's strengths and weaknesses? That's not how it works, is it?
I hope not.
Okay. And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that a proficiency test that mirrors actual casework would be a good basis for measuring laboratory error rate, as opposed to a proficiency test that doesn't replicate actual casework?
What do you mean by replicating actual casework?
Well, for instance, if you were interested in how well the laboratory analyzed forensic samples, you wouldn't rely on a proficiency test where you received simply, a statement saying that we're giving you 4 pristine pieces of white cloth, which we simply dabbed a single blood drop on, and we want you to type that. Would you agree with that?
Oh,
Well, that's pretty much like a forensic case sample. You have standards that are on a cloth that way, so if you're talking about, are they about the same number of samples and the same types of samples, then the proficiency tests seem to be sort of about the same numbers you would receive in an average case, and about the same type. I think they try to make the same types of samples that you would receive in a case, but clearly they're making the samples. They're not like picking them up from an actual crime scene.
Well, for instance, Dr. Cotton, in this case, there are several samples which are purported to be mixed stains, or stains from more than one source. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's something that's not uncommon in casework, right?
that's correct.
And so if you wanted to have a proficiency test where you tried to replicate actual casework conditions, it would be a good thing to have some mixed stains thrown in, wouldn't it?
Sure.
And in this case, for instance, Dr. Cotton, there are samples which are purported to be scraped up off the sidewalk. Are you aware of that?
Scraped up off the sidewalk?
I'm sorry, swatched up off the sidewalk.
Yes, I'm aware of
And then there
that.
are samples that are swatched up off of a driveway.
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Codden, that samples that are collected from those types of locations are frequently affected by various environmental insults?
Of course.
So factors such as heat, sunlight, moisture, or the substrate condition itself can affect the quality of the testing. Isn't that right?
Sure.
And so if you wanted to have a proficiency test that replicated casework, you would like to supply the laboratory that's being tested with some samples that also have been subjected to various environmental insults, wouldn't you?
Well, you might like to, but I think for the numbers of samples that the proficiency test folks prepare, that's probably not very practical.
But if you wanted to replicate the kinds of environmental conditions you'd see in actual casework, that is something that would be desirable, would it not?
I don't think it's necessary. I'm not even sure that it's desirable, because it would be, what they would be trying to do then would be make, say, 100 sample sets, all of which were identical, because they want to send every lab an identical sample set, and they would be doing it in a way that would lead to those things not being identical. And part of the goal of the proficiency test is to be able to compare one laboratory to the next. So it's really critical in the design of the test that all labs get equivalent samples.
Well, although it may be difficult, Dr. Codden, would you agree that an outside laboratory, somebody creating a proficiency test, could consistently subject the samples that are going to be submitted to some types of environmental insults? Not necessarily all, but some types.
It may be possible for them to do that, but my understanding of how the proficiency tests are put together is that A, that's not the case, and B, in all the guidelines for proficiency tests to be made, that I don't think that requirement to make them that much like case samples is in the guidelines.
Well, Dr. Codden, do you believe that it's possible, for instance, that when you're creating a proficiency test that's going to go out to many laboratories, that you could take those blood swatches on cotton, for instance, and put them in a room which has a uniform temperature, so they're all subjected to heat? Could that be done?
Sure.
And I think you said during your direct testimony that heat is one of the environmental insults which can actually cause the DNA to degrade.
Yes, I mean, given you're taking them into a room, you could subject them to however high you can crank the thermostat up, I guess, but you could make them all uniform with a particular temperature in a room.
And you could also make them uniform with respect to a certain humidity in that room as well, if you could control the amount of humidity in the room, couldn't you?
I suppose you could design a room to do that, but I don't know. Our air conditioning doesn't control the humidity too well, so I think you'd have to have a special design. You'd have to have a special piece of equipment to
And
do
Dr.
that.
Cotton, I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
You'd have to have a special piece of equipment that is sort of like a cold room. A cold room is just like a huge refrigerator.
And Dr. Cotton, is there a certain kind of light that can also affect the degradation of DNA?
Yes,
What kind of light is that?
ultraviolet light.
And could you also then subject the various control specimens that you're going to send out for DNA testing to ultraviolet light at the same time? That's something that could be done, couldn't it?
You could, but again, I think you'd have to design a special piece of equipment or a special room in which to do that kind of thing.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that well, I'm sorry. When you receive casework samples, you do not know the answer in advance, do you?
No.
The casework samples that come to Cellmark come from some kind of an external agency, such as the Los Angeles Police Department. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Do you agree that external proficiency tests, where you don't know you're being tested on samples, are the most realistic kind of proficiency tests to measure laboratory error rate?
I think both tests serve equally well to do that.
Well, I'm asking you about which is more realistic. You agree a moment ago, Dr. Cotton, that it's certainly more realistic when a laboratory doesn't know it's being tested than when it knows it's being tested. Would you agree with that?
Call roll.
It's much more, I mean, on a case, you don't know that you don't know the answer. If you receive a proficiency test that looks like a case, then of course that's a lot more like a case than a proficiency test that you know it's a test.
Okay. And and similarly, Dr. Cotton, in an actual case, you said a moment ago, the samples don't come from within Cellmark, they come from an external agency. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
So likewise, Dr. Cotton, in a proficiency test where the samples are coming from an external agency, that too would be a more realistic kind of proficiency test to measure laboratory error rate than one in which the samples come from within the laboratory.
It is a more realistic type of test when compared to a regular case, but I don't think that it's any better or any worse for looking at laboratory errors than an open proficiency test.
Dr. Cotton, are you familiar with that portion of the National Academy of Science report, DNA Technology and Forensic Science, entitled Laboratory Error Rates?
I've certainly read it. I haven't read it recently.
Would you please take a look at pages 88 to 89?
Yes.
Call roll. Take a look at it. And while she's doing that, let me see counsel without the reporter, please. Mr. Neufeld.
Have you finished?
Yeah, I am.
Dr. Cotton, you've given an opinion about the usability of different types of, or the usefulness, excuse me, of different types of proficiency tests. Have you considered, in reaching your own opinions on this subject, the National Academy of Science recommendations with respect to measuring laboratory error rate through proficiency testing?
No, I haven't.
You've never considered that at all?
I don't agree with their recommendations.
Well, I'm not asking you whether you agree with the National Academy of Sciences recommendations, Dr. Cotton. What I'm asking you is whether or not these recommendations have been considered by you seriously before you arrived at your own opinions.
I read them, I thought about them, and I have a different opinion than they do about whether or not what they're asking for is realistic and possible.
In reaching your own opinions on the subject of the utility of external blind proficiency testing, have you thus at least relied in part on what's contained in the NRC report, albeit you have disagreed or rejected, if you will, their recommendations?
Unintelligible.
Call roll.
Well, because I don't agree with it, I would say I haven't relied on it. I haven't used this in directing our laboratory to do the types of proficiency testing that we do.
Let me try and understand what you're saying, Dr. Cotton. Are you saying that it's your position that you only rely on those portions of the NRC report that you agree with?
I don't know how to say it more clearly. There are portions of this report that I agree with. There are a substantial number of portions of the report that I do not agree with, that I think either are not well considered or are simply wrong.
So is it fair for me to say, Dr. Cotton, that you have only relied on those portions of the NAS report in arriving at your own opinions that you personally agree with?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
Actually misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
At the point that this report came out, I already had a substantial amount of experience at Cellmark, and I had a much larger amount of experience working with DNA in general. I do not need this report to make my opinions.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cotton, but again, my question is it your position that you have only relied then for your own opinions on those portions of the NRC report that you agree with?
What I'm saying is I haven't relied on the report. If it happens that I agree with some things and disagree with some things, those things did not necessarily or have not necessarily played a role in my opinions about DNA typing and how it should be conducted.
Is it your professional and personal approach to the NRC report that if you don't agree with some of their recommendations, that you will not even take them into consideration in reaching your own conclusions?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Well, do you think, Dr. Cotton, that it is appropriate for scientists to give consideration to the opinions of other scientists with whom you disagree?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
What do you mean you can certainly think about them. I mean, the whole point, if somebody says, I don't agree with you, is to think about it and formulate what your opinion is and see if it's the same or different, and think about what somebody said. But if you have thought about it and you don't agree with it, then that's the situation.
And as to these various portions of the NRC report that you disagree with, have you given serious thought to what the author's recommendations are and why they've articulated them?
Objection asked and answered.
We've asked this question now 3 times.
Dr. Cotton, are you familiar with any of the any scientific literature concerning the use of external blind proficiency tests on laboratories doing PCR testing in clinical medicine?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
No, I'm not.
Well, in your opinion as an expert, Dr. Cotton, do you believe it would be important for someone in your laboratory to keep track of the rate of false positives for PCR testing in clinical medicine?
I don't actually have a really good answer for that. I'm not familiar with procedures in clinical medicine. We are familiar with procedures in forensic science. They very well may be different. Whether or not our quality assurance manager is familiar with clinical procedures, I can't tell you. I just don't know.
And some people, Dr. Cotton, say that a DNA test can only give you the right result or no result.
Oh, excuse me, objection hearsay. Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever heard that expression, Dr. Cotton, that a DNA test can only give you the right result or the wrong result? I'm sorry, can either give you the right result or no result. Have you ever heard that expression?
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm hearing it now. I hear you saying it. Whether or not I've ever heard it before, I don't remember.
well, now that you've heard it, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that that's not a correct statement?
Overruled.
Would a DNA test either give you the right result or no result?
Right.
That's much too black and white of a statement.
And one of the reasons that it's much too black and white a statement, Dr. Cotton, is I believe, as you've already testified, a DNA test could give you a false positive.
It's possible that it could. It could also give you an inconclusive, could also give you a false negative. There's a lot of in between there.
And if the DNA test gives you a false positive, it means that you are getting a match between two samples that in fact come from different people. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that if one laboratory made many errors in external blind proficiency testing and another laboratory made few, that the laboratory which made many more is more likely to make a mistake in a given case?
Since facts not in evidence, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Given the generalization that you just stated, yes, I guess I would agree with that.
And do you agree, Dr. Cotton, that interpretation of DNA typing results depends not only on the frequency of a DNA pattern, but on laboratory error rates as well?
No, I don't.
Well, do you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the strength of a DNA evidence depends not only on the frequency of the pattern, but on laboratory error rates as well?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Well, Dr. Cotton, did you read that portion of the National Academy of Science report which discusses the role of laboratory error rates in assessing the weight of DNA evidence?
That's part of the couple pages you just pointed out to me, is it not?
Yes.
Yes, I read it.
And have you thought about those couple of pages prior to today as well?
Yes.
And have you considered seriously the points that the authors of the NRC report are making with regard to the importance of assessing a laboratory's error rate?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
Overruled. It's a different question.
Yes, I thought about it.
But you simply disagree with the National Academy of Science recommendations on this particular point, is that right?
Objection calls for
Sustain.
Your Honor, may the
Dr. Cotton, once again, are you saying that the reason you don't rely on this portion of the report is simply because you disagree with it?
No, I'm not.
asked and answer also irrelevant.
Sustain.
Well, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the measure of a laboratory's error rate is a separate and independent issue from the measurement of the frequency of a DNA profile?
Of course.
I'm solid drug.
So I couldn't get your answer. Could you
She said,
repeat?
of course.
Of course it is.
Well, do you agree with that portion of the NRC report which explicitly states that
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
I'm not going to quote the portion.
Still hearsay, Counselor. I think,
Do,
let's move on.
Dr. Cotton, do you agree with the sentiments of the NRC report
Sustain.
on that issue?
Wait, wait. Sustain. Move on.
Well, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that if someone was falsely implicated by an RFLP DNA test, it would much more likely be due to sample handling error or cross-contamination rather than due to a coincidental match between people with the same RFLP profile?
Yes, sure.
Now, your laboratory has had at least a couple of instances where you had false matches due to sample handling error and cross-contamination. Isn't that correct?
Yes, two.
The objection compound.
Overruled.
Two.
And using the definition of the 4 types of proficiency tests that I've given you in that diagram, whose number escapes me.
1153.
Thank you. On 1153, in 1993, how many of your proficiency tests fall into the category of external blind proficiency tests?
In 1993, we have very few in external because it's a complicated answer.
Well, do you prepare a chart where you list the proficiency tests that you run in a given year? Do you have a chart like that?
Yes, we do.
And on that chart, do you actually identify which of the proficiency tests are internal versus which ones are external?
Yes, we do.
And on that chart, do you also differentiate between those that are blind and those that are open?
Yes.
And would you agree, by the way, Dr. Cotton, that at least for forensic cases, there's a difference between doing a proficiency test on a paternity sample with a mother and a child and a purported father than there is in forensic casework proficiency testing?
Oh, sure, but we have to do paternity proficiency tests also.
Okay. So my question is, Dr. Cotton, if you look at your memo, will you be able to tell us in 1993 how many blind external proficiency tests you did of a forensic nature?
Sure.
Okay?
There aren't any.
I'm sorry, what?
I can tell you right now, blind external, there aren't any.
Okay. And in 1992, Dr. Cotton, how many blind external proficiency tests utilizing forensic type samples did Cellmark participate in?
None. We have never done a blind external, received from an external agency, proficiency test because there is no external agency which provides those kinds of tests, so there is no way to get one.
So, Dr. Cotton, is it fair to say then in the entire 6 years that your laboratory has been doing proficiency testing, there is not a single instance when you have ever been subjected to a blind external proficiency test?
That's exactly right.
Would you agree then, Dr. Cotton, that in the absence of being submitted to any blind external proficiency tests, that you really have no scientific basis for estimating your laboratory's error rate?
No, I don't agree with that.
Are you aware, Dr. Cotton, that the DNA laboratories that type bloods for bone marrow transplant registry routinely are subjected to blind external proficiency tests,
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
subject to connection?
Overruled. You aware of that practice, Doctor?
No, I'm not.
So would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that the only types of tests that you have available for estimating your error rate, as far as proficiency tests goes, are either those tests where you were testing yourself or those tests where you knew you were being tested? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Cotton, can you cite a single article in the field of laboratory quality assurance which permits a laboratory to assess its own error rate based on open and internal tests?
No, I can't.
Now, Dr. Cotton, I'm about to move on to something new, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to break now.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. All right, Dr. Cotton, you can step down. Let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Cotton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neufeld.
Now, Dr. Cotton, putting aside the absence of external blind proficiency tests at Cellmark, would it be fair to say that you have participated in a number of open proficiency tests since 1988?
Yes, we have.
And would it be fair to say that in in these open proficiency tests that you've participated in, you routinely would receive a few samples to examine, or certainly no more than a handful of samples.
Yes.
Handful of samples.
That you would receive no more than, let's say, 5 samples in any proficiency test.
Yeah, I would say usually it's 3 or 4 per test.
Now, in this case, however, this case meaning People versus Mr. Simpson, you have received how many different samples from the Los Angeles Police Department to do DNA typing on? If you need to look at your records to calculate that number, please do.
$23.
Excuse me?
23?
Okay.
Well, that's how far, starting at 01, for our sample numbers, we went up to 23.
Fine. Now, unlike those various open tests that you just referred to a moment ago, where ordinarily you would have 3 or 4 samples given to you to examine, were there 2 proficiency tests that you were participating in 1988 and 1989 where you received 50 samples in each?
One was 49 and the other was 50.
Okay? And those tests in 1988 and 1999 were sponsored by the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors?
Yes, they were.
The objection, I think. Question misstates the other.
Overruled.
If I said 99 when I meant 1989, I apologize.
I understood what you meant.
Okay. Now, let's take a look first at the proficiency tests run by the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors that you participated in the year 1988. First of all, in that proficiency test, did you have any incorrect exclusions?
No, we didn't.
Now, in that particular test, Dr. Cotton, you were given these different samples, and you were asked to type them and determine which, if any, matched any of the other samples. Is that correct, in the same batch?
That's right.
And at a subsequent point in time, were you provided with a legend produced by the California Association of Crime Lab Directors telling you which samples, in fact, matched which other samples?
Yes.
And when you were provided with that legend, Dr. Cotton, didn't they tell you that items 70, 72, and 76 should all match one another?
That may be right. I don't have my copies with me. I do actually have them in the building, but I don't have them down here with me, so I might need to look at yours.
Fine. Next in order,
1154.
which is a
1154.
6-page report from the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors. I show you this exhibit, this six-page document from the California Association of Crime Lab Directors, and ask you if it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not items 70, 72, and 76 all come from the same source.
Yes, it does.
Okay? And now that it refreshes your recollection, is it in fact true that the way this test was set up, that samples 70, 72, and 76 all originated from the same person?
Yes.
And when you did the DNA typing, you meaning Selmark, not you personally necessarily, did the DNA typing on those three samples, didn't you conclude that although samples 70 and 72 matched one another, that sample 76 had a distinct pattern and did not match either 70 or 72?
That pretty much fits with my recollection, but if I'm remembering this group of three correctly, one of them is a mixture. I don't have all my documentation of what we reported with me, so...
Well, Dr. Codden, isn't it a fact, and by the way here, if you'd like to refresh your recollection, here is Selmark's report to the California Association. I would ask this be marked next in line, next in order,
1155.
which is a three-page document.
Okay, you want to ask me your question again now?
Certainly. But you need to look at it when we answer it. I'll give it right back to you.
For a series of these questions regarding this test, if I
Sure.
could have a copy of both the CACLD table and my report, it would make it a lot easier for me to answer the questions more easily.
Let me just ask you this, and I'll give you the report before you answer the question if you need it, all right?
Okay.
First of all, didn't you say in your report on this particular test,
Mr. Neufeld, don't you think you need a foundational question? What is, does she recognize what it is?
do you recognize this three-page document that I just showed you?
Yes, I do.
And is it your final report to the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors with respect to your results on the 1988 proficiency test that they gave you?
Yes, it is.
And in that report, Dr. Cotton, didn't you state that the patterns obtained from stains numbered 70 and 72 were the same?
Yes.
And didn't you state in that same report that you did obtain a pattern for sample 76 that was suitable for comparison purposes, but was not found to match the other samples tested?
Yes, we did say that.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that since 76 is supposed to come from the same person as 70 and 72, the fact that you got a pattern but you failed to match it with 70 and 72 would be a would be a false exclusion?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, first of all, because I would need to determine whether that was this mixture that I was remembering. And secondly, you have to go back to the films to look at the two patterns that you're talking about and see if there's enough data in each of those. That is, if you can't, not making a match is sort of like saying it's inconclusive. We didn't actually even make a list in this report of things which were specifically excluded. So It may mean, based on the data, that we were unable to come to a conclusion, not that we literally said something was excluded and then it was not.
Well, Dr. Codden, isn't it a fact that item 76 was not a mixture?
Yeah, let me come back to this. No, item 76 was not a mixture, but item 72 was a mixture.
And what about item 70?
And item 70 was not a mixture.
Right. So item 76, according to the way this test was set up, should have matched item 70. Is that correct?
Yes.
And even though you got a pattern for item 76, which was not a mixture, you did not state that it matched item 70. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
And so the failure to declare that match would be a mistake, wouldn't it? By the definition of the test.
It would if the two patterns were both of equal quality and we just missed it. Remember that remember, I guess you don't really know this, but each of these samples, these 49 samples, was extracted as if it were a sexual assault sample because we had no information. And in that type of extraction, which is not something that was done in this particular case, you try to separate DNA from a sperm fraction from any DNA that's in something else. So of the 49 samples, you end up with really 2 samples from each of the 49, giving you a total of 98. And so you have 98 patterns which were manually, visibly compared to one another. And if the patterns are both good, and I can't recall if they are, the fact that we missed seeing it in all this comparison of 98 patterns with, every other pattern of the 98 is an error in finding that match, but in my mind I do not think of it as a false exclusion, a wrongful exclusion.
I appreciate that you don't consider it a wrongful exclusion, but, and you said that one of your concerns was that you don't know how clear the pattern was. Is that correct?
That's right.
Well, the fact that your report states that the pattern for 76 was suitable for comparison purposes, would that refresh your recollection as to whether the pattern for 76 was in fact suitable for comparison purposes? Would it?
I understand that it says that, but that doesn't give me any information. The mixture pattern was a problem, and it doesn't provide any information about the pattern for 70. So,
excuse me, Dr.
I'm
Cott?
sorry, could the witness finish
I
her
thought
answer,
she was
please?
finished.
Well, so is a pause, clearly.
Okay.
Proceed.
well, what I'm saying is that I don't have enough information in front of me to give you a clear answer as to whether or not that was not mentioned because it was basically an inconclusive, or whether or not we simply missed seeing the match and we could have made a match and did not.
Dr. Cotton, is there any qualification in this report when you're describing the pattern comparisons of sample 70, which is not a mixture, with sample 72?
No, there isn't.
And of course, in your laboratory, you wouldn't have called a match if that pattern on item number 70 wasn't sufficiently clear and robust to compare with 72. Isn't that right?
That would be correct in general, but I remember that, I've looked at these films on several different occasions. They are not as good as the films that we produce now, and so there are things about those films that might lead to problems in interpretation.
And Dr. Cotton, you wouldn't have said in your report, quote, referring to item number 76, these patterns were suitable for comparison purposes, but were not found in the other samples tested, unquote, unless that was true, would you?
No.
Okay. One moment. Next in order.
1156.
This is the order read for this particular. One moment. Todd, and I show you this photograph and ask you, is that photograph reflecting a comparison of samples 70, 72, and 76 that we were just discussing?
Yes, it seems to be, except these weren't all on the same film, so this appears to be various, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 patterns from different films lined up to be able to photograph them.
But the actual lanes themselves represent the samples that were tested by your laboratory in this proficiency test, correct?
Yes, can I ask a question about the picture? Do you know whether or not the labeling across the top must have been put on in order to make the picture? So,
The labeling across the top, very much the same way the labeling was put on the order ads in this particular
Okay.
case, so you could identify which lanes are attributable to which samples. Same thing was done in this photograph. Does that help?
okay. Yes, it does.
Okay. Of course, permission, I'd like to put it up on the envelope. Ronald, what is the easiest way for me to point to different lanes for the witness?
Probably the PowerPoint.
Use this? Dr. Kai, would you like to step down? I think it'll be
I
easier for
would.
you to see this. Now, in this particular proficiency test series of order rads, it's basically divided up into 3 different samples. As you can see at the top of the photograph there's sample 70, sample 72, and finally sample 76. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the lane that represents the non-semen fraction of sample 76 is the second lane from the right, where the pink arrow is pointing at. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And now what I'd like you to do is not look at the mixture, but I'd like you to compare. Can we put a pink dot just so we'll have a permanent point of reference there, so the witness can go back and forth? Right. Now, what I'd like you to do is compare the pattern that you see in that lane, the second lane from the right, to go all the way across to sample 70, to the third lane, which is also the non-semen fraction of sample 70. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, can you put a mark there as well, please? Was it put a mark there? Okay. Now, Dr. Cotton, according to the providers of this test, the profile in item 70 that the pink arrow is looking at on the left should match the pattern in sample 76, where there's an arrow there on the far right. Isn't that correct?
No, I don't think so.
Well, both sample 70 and sample 76 are not mixtures. Isn't that correct?
That's right. I think you are misreading their key, because it is sample 72 that is a mixture of 70 and 76, and 76 clearly does not match 70. But 70 should match one pattern in 72, and 76 should match the other pattern in 72.
One moment. Cotton, again, referring you to the code that was given to you by the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors after you did these tests. Wouldn't you agree that sample 70 is simply semen, not a mixture, that was collected on 7/85? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that for item number 76, it is also the same semen that was drawn on July of 1985, according to this log?
That's not, yes, it's semen, but it's not the same as 70. I don't think that's the intention of that sample description.
On the face of this sample description, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that it says that item 70 and item 76 come from the same person?
I don't think that's what that means.
From looking at this report, is it your understanding that the California Association of Crime Laboratories grouped all samples that came from the same person in the same box?
What they've done is grouped all samples that could be related in the same box, and these are grouped together because both 70 and 76 should match 72, because 72 is a mixture. So that's why they're in the same box, but it doesn't mean, and I'm sure that they could confirm this, that 70 and 76
were the same. I mean, there wouldn't be any point of making a mixture of 70 and 76 if they were from the same person. And so I feel confident that that's what that means.
Okay, one moment. We work off of your premise, Dr. Cotton, that nonetheless, according to this log, sample 76 should be consistent with the mixed stain in sample 72. Isn't that correct?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that in your report you failed to state or include 76 as being consistent with the profile in 72?
Yes, that's right, we did.
Okay, you can have a seat again, please. One moment, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'd like to put up next in order, which would be,
1157.
well, it's not actually, it's going to be one page of the 6-page report of the CACLD.
All right. Which page?
It's going to be page 5.
All right, page 5 of 1154.
Okay.
Need to clear the PowerPoint there, Mr. Harris. Thank you. Sustain.
Dr. Cotton, did you say you recognize this 6-page report as the report that you received from the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors assessing your results in this proficiency test?
What I did was look at the 2 keys, and I recognize them. If you'd like me to look at the 6 pages, then I can...
Oh, please do. I'm sorry. I thought you had.
Yes, the report was, I believe, not just to us, the other two labs that participated and other people within the CACLD.
But is this an accurate copy of the report that you received from the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors regarding the results of the 1988 proficiency tests?
Yes, it is.
And by the way, when you ordinarily participate in proficiency tests, is it the ordinary course of business that the provider of the proficiency test furnishes the participant with a report evaluating your performance?
Yes, it is.
And is this report that type of report?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the Court's permission, I'd now like to put up page 5.
Sustained. Do you have an exception?
And when these proficiency tests are given to laboratories such as your own, is the provider of the proficiency test under an obligation to report the results accurately?
Yeah, I think they certainly would try to do that. I've seen mistakes in reports, but, everybody, when they do this, is trying to report the results accurately.
And that would be the general obligation of any provider of this type of report.
Yes.
I would offer the page again, Your Honor. I think it's a business record exception, Your Honor.
Not with this foundation. You're missing 3 points at this point.
And Dr. Cotton, was this report sent to you in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it was.
And is a copy of this report actually retained by you in your records as part of the ordinary course of Cellmark's business?
Yes, it is.
Again, Your Honor, I believe that...
Counsel, why don't you take a look at the evidence code? You're still missing a few items.
One moment, Your Honor.
Doctor, are the results that are contained in this report recorded at or near the time of the events that it reflects?
Since I didn't participate in writing the report, I wouldn't know. I mean, I know that it was done after the proficiency tests were completed, but that's all I know in terms of its timing.
And who maintains these records?
They would be maintained by the CACLD.
And are they relied upon as being accurate by those persons, members of that organization?
I assume so.
Court's help may now publish page 5.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to save some time here.
I appreciate it.
Sorry, I still have an objection as to at least one of the elements, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, Dr. Cotton, in this particular test, you received 49 samples from the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors. Is that correct?
That's right.
In fact, the data that applies to Cellmark would be in the column on the far right of that particular exhibit.
That's right.
And of the 49 samples that you received, you were able to generate results on 44 of those 49. Is that correct?
Yes, we have some kind of DNA results from 44.
And so as to the remaining 5 samples, that would be the third number in that column, you were unable to generate DNA results.
Yes, that's what the report says.
And now the 4th item on that list is a number 1. Is that correct? With a series of little asterisks next to it?
That's right.
And that number 1 indicates that out of the 44 samples that you were able to type, that you made 1 incorrect match. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when we say 1 incorrect match, that would be the equivalent of 1 false positive. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the way you got this false positive, Dr. Codd, in this particular proficiency test is that there were 2 samples, namely 57 and 58, that came from the same person. Isn't that right?
Well, again, I don't remember the sample numbers, but there were 2 samples that you can go on, and I'm pretty sure I can follow you without the specific sample numbers.
Let me show you a photograph. Next in order. Let me show you, Dr. Cotton, what is Dr. Cotton, does that photograph appear to illustrate the banding patterns for 3 different samples that you tested in that proficiency test, namely 57, 58, and 59?
Yes, it does.
With permission, I'd like to put it up on the Elmo.
Yes. I think we need the numbers at the top, Mr. Harris.
Yes, I definitely do.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Cotton, if you need to step down, please do. When you did the DNA testing on these 3 different samples, 57, 58, and 59, did you utilize what you earlier referred to in this trial as a single locus cocktail?
Yes, we did.
And that's a situation where instead of simply probing the DNA with 1 genetic marker, you do more than 1 genetic marker at the same time.
That's right.
And that's how you produce more than 2 bands in a lane. Is that correct?
Yes.
And next to P7, put down on the lane. Dr. Cotton, is that profile, that the DNA profile that the pointer is pointing at, the DNA profile from sample 57?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could you put that in? Right. And Dr. Cotton, is that second arrow pointing at the DNA profile representing sample 58?
Yes, it is.
Is that arrow now pointing to sample 58 as well?
Yes.
And Dr. Cotton is the third arrow now pointing at the DNA profile for sample 59.
Yes.
Now, in this particular proficiency test, Dr. Cotton, samples 57 and 58 came from one person, correct?
Can I look at the key?
Sure.
Yes, that's right.
And sample 59 comes from a different person.
Well, 59 should have come from a different person.
Right. Okay. Now, when you analyze these three samples at cell mark, were they all processed as part of the same batch?
I think that they were, but since I was not, I wasn't really supervising any work in the laboratory at the time that this test was done, the records, if I remember correctly, indicate that they were processed in two separate batches. So it's possible that 59, 58, and 57 were processed at the same time.
Could you return your seat, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that somehow during the processing of these samples, that DNA from either sample 57 or sample 58 was accidentally put into the tube with sample 59?
Yes.
And that mistake led to the false match of 59 with samples 57 and 58. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the bands in this false match are as strong and as clear as the bands in the match between Mr. Simpson's sample and item 52 in this case?
Excuse me, objection argumentative, Your Honor, also irrelevant.
Sustained.
Dr. Cotton, with respect to band density and relative band densities, would you agree that the bands in this proficiency test, where you had a false match between 59 and 57 and 58, are as dense as the bands in item 52 in our case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Just argumentative, is it?
It's irrelevant.
May we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
Proceed.
Did you say earlier during your testimony, Dr. Cotton, that at the time you did the proficiency testing in 1988, 1989, that you were not producing as high-quality autorads as you are currently producing in your laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Given that statement, Dr. Cotton, wouldn't you agree that the banding profile in item 59 and its comparison with item 57 is as high quality a banding pattern as the banding pattern you have comparing 52 with Mr. Simpson's reference sample in this case?
Same objection.
Sustained.
And Dr. Cotton, would you agree that just by looking at the photograph of the autorads in this case, that there is no way, just by looking at them, that you can tell that you had in fact gotten a false match?
Yes, I agree with that.
And would you agree that the reason that you have this false match is because the original sample that was in the tube for 59 was so degraded as to not be observable?
Objection, same objection, same ground.
Old.
Also false or speculative.
Old.
I don't think we know whether it was degraded or it was just too small of a quantity.
But both of those explanations could produce a result where you don't see a DNA pattern, isn't that right?
Oh, yes.
And in our case, Dr. Cotton, had the DNA, the original DNA from the Bundy drops, been so degraded due to handling or packaging or processing such that you wouldn't see a DNA pattern in the original sample, and then it was cross-contaminated with Mr. Simpson's reference sample, would you also have the same phenomena?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. Also calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Or would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that this type of phenomena that you observe here for sample 59 can occur whenever the original sample is so degraded that it will not leave a visual pattern and is then cross-contaminated with another sample of DNA?
Objection. Same grounds.
Overruled.
Yes, I would.
And Dr. Cotton, had you then been asked to type a frequency for this particular match, that frequency would indicate a very rare event, would it not?
Objection. Irrelevant. Also assumes facts not in evidence. Calls for speculation.
Are you speaking of 1157, the patterns that are here?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, you would type, you would make a frequency, and it would almost certainly indicate that that banding pattern was a rare event.
In fact, Dr. Cotton, for this particular banding pattern, didn't you generate in your report to the CACLD that it had a frequency of approximately 1 in 1.8 billion?
If you're reading from our report, then yes, I know that we generated frequencies. Obviously, I can't remember what the frequency was for a particular pattern.
Please take a look.
Yes, you read it correctly.
And so what you're saying in this particular report is the frequency of that match between item 57 and item 59 occurs in the population with a frequency of approximately occurs with a frequency of approximately 1 in 1.8 billion people. Is that right?
Right, we're saying the frequency of the pattern, not the frequency of the match, but the frequency of the pattern would be for that report it says 1.8 billion.
Well, if this had been a real case, item 57, 58, and 59, and not simply a proficiency test, you would have declared a match between item 57 and 59. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, and we would have also generated a frequency.
And the frequency that you would have generated would have been 1 in 1.8 million, 1 in 1.8 billion people, correct?
Yes.
But in fact, in this particular example, there was a 1 in 50 chance that it was a false positive. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Well, was it a 1 in 50 chance that it was a false positive in this particular proficiency test?
Well, objection. No foundation.
Sustained.
You were given 50 samples to look at, were you not?
Yes.
And on one of the 50
49.
We got a Collins problem here, counsel.
Well, let me ask you this simple question then, Dr. Cotton. I hope it's simple. In this particular instance, you said the frequency of the pattern that matched was 1 in 1.8 billion people, right?
That's right.
But in fact, it's a false positive between 59 and 57, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And so the 1 in 1.8 billion would incorrectly create some kind of value to that match, which would be a distortion, wouldn't it?
Objection. Argumentative. Also irrelevant.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Well, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that since 59 and 57 don't match, it would be wrong to suggest, in that particular instance, that that match is valued at a frequency of 1 in 1.8 billion people?
You keep referring to a value of a match. The frequency doesn't tell you anything except how often you would see this banding pattern. So the frequency is only that. It doesn't say anything more than that. And yes, you are correct. This is a false match. This is an incorrect match. It was caused by laboratory error.
And because it is a false positive match, that number of 1 in 1.8 billion doesn't apply to the frequency of the pattern in lane 59. Isn't that correct?
Objection irrelevant, also misleading.
Well, it actually, it still applies to the frequency of that pattern. The frequency of that pattern is whatever it is. In fact, that pattern matches because it's the same DNA as, I actually believe it's 58 that we demonstrated that sample came from. It's like you're talking about, I'm hearing what you're asking is talking about apples and oranges.
Well, Dr. Cotton, would you agree that if this particular proficiency test was a real case, that the statistic of 1 in 1.8 billion would be irrelevant if, in fact, you knew it was a false match between 59 and 57?
Objection argumentative, also asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, it would be irrelevant.
Thank you. Now, after you got this false positive in this series of proficiency tests in 1988, did you make changes in your procedures in an attempt to prevent, or at least to minimize, the likelihood that DNA from a sample could cross-contaminate another sample?
We made changes in our procedures to specifically address the way that this particular contamination occurred.
And did you believe that when you made those changes that took care or solved the problem?
Well, I think it solved this problem. That clearly doesn't imply that it could solve every possible problem.
But in 1989, the very next year, you participated in the second round of California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors proficiency testing, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And in that second round of testing, you got another 50 samples, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And you got another false positive in this next batch, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
Now, this again was caused by DNA from one sample cross-contaminating a second sample, was it not?
That's right.
And did you conduct a full investigation to try and discover what caused this cross-contamination?
Yes, we did.
And in that investigation, did you conclude that the amount of the contaminant which caused the false positive was somewhere between 20 and 50 nanograms of DNA?
Yes, we did.
And in this particular case, Dr. Cotton, this case being the Simpson case, wasn't it your estimate that the quantity of DNA in lane item sample 52 was approximately 25 nanograms of DNA?
It was my estimate that the amount of DNA that's participating in giving that pattern is 25 to 50. The total amount of DNA in that sample was more like 200. And I remember giving an explanation of where those two numbers came from.
But the amount of DNA that's actually in the lane is somewhere around 25 nanograms? Was that your initial estimate?
The amount of DNA that's giving the pattern is between 25 and 50. The amount of DNA handled with that sample in total is about 200.
So the amount of DNA that's 25 to 50 nanograms in that particular item, at least as it appears in the RFLP test, would be within the 20 to 50 nanogram range that you attributed to the cross-contamination in the proficiency test. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, how did you go about attempting to figure out how you got this false match in 1989?
We went into all the handwritten notes. Two different analysts had done the samples. We spoke with the analysts to find out what samples they had done adjacent to one another. And the reason was, when I say adjacent, that is the test tube rack holds, I don't know, say 15 samples across the top row and another 15 samples across the bottom row. But anyway, about 15 could be side by side. We knew that we knew a whole lot of places where, we could figure out a whole lot of places where the contamination didn't occur. And we were finally able to analyze that the contamination had to have occurred in the extraction of the sperm fraction. Again, everything was extracted as if it could have a non-sperm and a sperm fraction. It had to have occurred in the extractions of the sperm fractions, and the samples that were involved in producing the contamination were worked side by side. So we were able to eliminate other places where it could have occurred. For example, as you load the gel. It couldn't have occurred as you load the gel because the two samples weren't loaded side by side. So anyway, we narrowed it down to this one section, and then beyond that, we weren't able to definitively say exactly how the contamination occurred. We could just say it occurred in these series of steps.
Now, so what you did, in other words, even after this thorough investigation on your part, was to narrow it down to about what point in time the cross-contamination occurred. Is that right?
Right. What series of steps in the analysis that it occurred.
And you determined that it happened at some point during the extraction process.
Yes, in dealing with the sperm fractions.
But even to this day, Dr. Codden, would it be fair to say that you don't know how the accidental cross-contamination occurred during the extraction process?
Yes, that would be fair to say that.
And would it also be fair to say that this cross-contamination, this accidental cross-contamination, happened in spite of the fact that all the sample transfers were witnessed by a second person to make sure that no errors occurred?
You are exactly right.
And again, Dr. Codden, after you got this second false positive, did you make certain changes in your protocol, again, to try and avoid this type of problem from reoccurring in the future?
Yes, we did.
And what changes did you make?
We mandated that the DNA extractions for the known samples could not be done out on the bench at the same time as the DNA extractions from the evidence samples.
Would the DNA extractions from the known samples be put into a different extraction rack than the DNA samples from the evidence?
They simply wouldn't be done at the same time.
They would still be in the same rack?
No, you don't.
I'm sorry, I thought you mentioned before that there's this rack and it might have 15 samples in it or some such number. Did you say something to that effect?
Yeah, I did in talking about the CACLD analysis.
Well, do you also have a similar kind of rack process when you're analyzing casework?
Yes, we do.
So what I'm asking you is, under your current protocol, will you ever have the extraction from the reference sample at the time of extraction sitting in the same rack as the evidentiary specimens?
No, we don't.
Thank you. And based on your experience, Dr. Codden, and your expertise, would you agree that a laboratory which places the reference sample at the time of extraction in that same rack with the evidentiary specimens runs the risk of falsely incriminating innocent people?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
All right, Dr. Codden, would you agree that a laboratory that extracts the reference sample and puts it in the same rack, same extraction rack, as the evidentiary specimens, runs the risk of getting false matches between the reference sample and the evidence?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, also calls for speculation.
Well, based on our experience and that happened in our lab, then obviously it's possible.
Now, since 1989, there have been no more CACLD proficiency tests, have there?
No, there haven't.
And since 1989, I believe you said you haven't participated in any proficiency tests where you've been asked to handle more than a dozen samples. Is that correct?
Well, I think I said we haven't, the proficiency tests normally have 3 or 4 samples.
So certainly there haven't been any with a dozen.
No, there haven't.
And I believe you also said that in this case you've been asked to analyze approximately 23 samples?
In this case, in total, we analyzed 23 samples. That was done over a relatively long period of time, so they weren't all analyzed. They weren't all received at the same time, and of course they weren't all analyzed at the same time.
And Dr. Cotton, these false matches that you made on these open proficiency tests, they were made during the first 2 years that your laboratory was doing DNA typing?
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that you've been improving your technique over the last 6 years?
That's the goal.
But I think you also said that you have no control over the possibility of cross-contamination that occurs on samples before you receive them.
Yes, that's obvious.
And in this case, every sample that you received was initially collected, packaged, and processed by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Objection, Simpson. Also, lack of foundation.
Well, we've been through this series of questions about 5 times now.
It's a foundation question for the next one, and there's no other question on that, Your Honor.
All right.
With the Court's permission, I'd just like to ask that one question.
Proceed.
Well, it's my understanding.
Now, since you became involved with the Los Angeles Police Department, have you ever been asked to review the Los Angeles Police Department's procedures that were used in this case?
No, I haven't.
Do you have any personal knowledge, as a professional, as an expert, as to the extent that the Los Angeles Police Department has been subjected to external blind proficiency testing?
Objection beyond the scope, also.
Sustained.
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that you are more reliable now as a laboratory than you were in the first 2 years of your operation when you made these 2 false positives on the CACLD tests?
Objection argumentative.
Or will.
I don't know that because we made these errors in the tests that we were unreliable in our other work. I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Cotton. Do you think that you're still getting false positives with the same degree of frequency now that you got them in those 2 proficiency tests in 1988 and 1989?
Certainly, based on our current proficiency test results, we are not.
And do you know, Dr. Cotton, as to how long the LAPD have been doing DNA casework before they did the work in this case?
Sustained.
No further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Clark, are you ready?
Could we take a break, Your Honor?
Okay.
Your Honor, with close permission, I'd like to substitute 1157A, which is the printout,
Yes.
for 1157. Oh, I'm sorry. There's both a photograph, which is 1157, and a photograph, which is 1157A.
The one which the arrows are on, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And
We'll
they're
add
both coming.
1157A in
you.
addition. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned to you, every time we shift, I'll allow the attorneys time to reorganize their exhibits. Please remember all my admonitions to you. This will only be about, Mr. Clark, what, about 15 minutes?
Fine, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Ask the jury to step back into the jury room, please, and we'll stand in recess for 15.
I think.
Certainly. We'll make that defense exhibit 1158 out of the presence, starting my 401st page of notes.
And one other matter, Your Honor, is that we still have this problem with the frequencies on the mixed stains. I'm told by Dr. Thompson that although he offered to meet with the other parties at lunchtime, that offer was rejected. And we have this problem of these numbers. Now, you heard and you received the numbers that Dr. Thompson came up with simply following the NRC method, which is to aggregate the frequencies from the discovery that they gave us.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, let me cut to the chase. Mr. Clark, what's the prognosis of getting together and seeing if we can agree upon the aggregate numbers?
I just didn't hear the last part.
That we can agree on the aggregated numbers.
What I've been waiting for is if the defense will offer us a set of numbers, and they've done that as to DQ alpha on the steering wheel, I believe, we'll be glad to review them. It hasn't gone any further than that. I think to say that I rejected an opportunity to meet with the defense is a bit funny, since there's simply a lot going on at the moment. But yes, if they will offer us some numbers, we will be happy to look at them.
Well, the problem is it's your number, so you need to offer it. But
All right.
using this methodology, when do you think you can get us some numbers? Or similar methodology?
Okay, and I'd like to address again the court about that manner, and I don't know if the court wants to take that up by manner, not matter, manner of calculation. Does the court wish to take that up now or following the redirect, recross, etc.? But Dr. Cotton, maybe I can short circuit. Dr. Cotton has told me, and although we don't agree that this is what should be done, that this method could be done, I believe, in about an hour to an hour and a half. She has to sit down, but we would like to address you about the propriety of which frequency or which approach to use, and we have to do that yet.
Okay. I would suggest then that we continue with the redirect examination and recross. And your indication to me, if I recollect correctly from last week, is that Dr. Cotton will reappear later in the case.
That's possible. That may not occur. Now, counsel for the defense also indicated that perhaps there would be no objection to Mr. Sims making some of these calculations across the markers. That may or may not solve that. I don't know. But the answer is Dr. Cotton will be available. Whether there's a need to recall her or not.
I would like to conclude Dr. Cotton for all purposes tomorrow,
Oh,
if not sooner.
all right. One of the problems is the court did not allow Dr. Cotton to calculate the frequencies across even the Department of Justice numbers. So if that comes to pass, then obviously she will be returning if the foundation has to be laid.
Okay. All right.
Just as to these numbers then, Your Honor, I mean, I know that Dr. Cotton said she had to be out of here by Wednesday afternoon. As you can tell, I'm finished with my cross-examination now, so that's not a problem. But I definitely want to leave with the jury during this visit of Dr. Cotton's a sense of just how common these frequencies are.
Well, let's see if we can do this, though. If Dr. Cotton says that she can do this calculation in an hour to an hour and a half, let's see if we can't conclude the redirect, the recross, allow her the remainder of the day and the evening to do these calculations, come back tomorrow morning and see where we are. Let's see if we can do that.
That's certainly fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could I have just a quick moment, Your Honor?
Sure. But let's see if we can finish this afternoon with everything except those numbers.
Your Honor, it may make more sense that, particularly in view of the fact that Dr. Cotton is not going to be allowed to testify now about the Department of Justice frequencies, that we will want to bring her back for that purpose. And therefore, can we take care of all of the frequency matter when there's more time to address it appropriately?
All right, well, let's see how far we get today.
All right.
All right, let's have the jurors. Gentlemen, please be seated. Record should reflect that we have been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand? And Mr. Clark, you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Cotton, with regard to these proficiency tests that you were asked questions about earlier today, can you estimate for us or otherwise tell us the number of proficiency tests that your laboratory has taken since 1989?
I made a count, assuming I counted correctly, since beginning in 1990 till The end of 1993 comes to about 104. And there have been ongoing tests in 1994 and continuing into 95, but they're not reflected in the documentation I have with me, so I didn't include those.
Now, is that just the number of different tests that the laboratory has taken, proficiency tests?
That's right.
And I believe you said that was through 1993?
Yes.
Is there any way you can estimate the number of tests, for instance, in 1994?
Objection. Hearsay and discovery.
Or will, excuse me, sustained on the as to speculation, asking to estimate.
All right. With regard to these, and I'm sorry, what was the number again since 1989 through 1993?
I counted 104.
How many different samples? Do you have a count of the total of number of different samples that those 100-plus tests included?
Yes, I do.
How many is that?
466.
Of those 466 samples since 1989, that is proficiency test samples that have been tested, how many errors has the laboratory made?
There are no false positives and no incorrect exclusions in the remainder of those samples since 1989.
Since 1989, has your laboratory made or have they typed any false positives in any test?
Well, I can only tell you what we're aware of, and
Objection. It's speculation at that point, Your Honor.
Or will, you
obvious.
said only what I'm aware of. That's not speculation. Proceed.
No, I just asked for clarification. Is this for proficiency testing?
Proceed.
I'm sorry, could the witness be allowed to conclude her answer? I believe she was in mid-sentence.
Yes, she was.
The only measure we have of a false positive or a false exclusion is on a proficiency test. I obviously cannot tell you in a case because we, as was pointed out earlier, we don't know what the result is supposed to be. I can't tell you whether in the number of cases that we have done, whether there are any, because although it's possible you would be able to pick it out, it's not a guarantee that you would be able to pick it out by any stretch, and therefore I can only tell you in reference to the proficiency tests, and I can't tell you any further than that.
Perhaps I misspoke. Actually, I was addressing myself only to proficiency tests and those tests that you've taken since 1989.
There are no additional false positives, and there are no incorrect exclusions in the proficiency tests since 1989.
Incidentally, as far as this area of proficiency testing, what role, if any, did your proficiency tests have to do with your accreditation by the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors?
Like the Twigdom guidelines, the ASCLD lab requires that each analyst take 2 tests per year, and one of them must be from an ASCLD approved proficiency test provider, and we must sign documentation agreeing with that we will give those results back to a committee, back to ASCLD. It's a committee within ASCLD lab for their review. So not only are they being reviewed by our laboratory, but they're being reviewed by ASCLD.
Was this, or did these proficiency tests play any role in your accreditation process?
If we had not been doing the level of proficiency testing that we have, our lab would not have been accredited.
And it was accredited, is that right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to change topics too, and do you recall a series of hypothetical questions asked you by Mr. Neufeld about various swatches taken from the Bundy crime scene?
Yes, I do.
And in particular, do you recall being asked questions about the various blood drops, starting from the drop closest to the victim's bodies, number 47, through and including the remaining drops, 48, 49, 50, and then finally 52 out in the driveway area?
Yes.
Do you recall his questioning you about the possibility that each and every one of those samples was cross-contaminated by contact with swatches taken at a different scene, namely the Rockingham home?
Yes, I do.
First of all, how can DNA get from one swatch onto another swatch by contact?
If both swatches were wet and they were in immediate contact with each other, presumably because they were wet, you could have some exchange of material. If they were dry, that would be harder, and you might have to have sort of an excess of material on the swatch such that some was basically sort of flaking off. But it would be harder if they were dry than if they were wet.
Now, I believe you described during your cross-examination that that type of transfer from one swatch from one location, that is seized at one location, to another swatch seized from another location was scientifically possible. Is that right?
Yes, I can't say that it's impossible.
Would it be the case, and first of all, you have already testified about various results from the Bundy crime scene, is that right?
Yes.
That included this series of blood drops, items 47 through 52,
Yes.
except for item 51, I believe, was not one of those particular samples, correct?
Yes.
And you described, for instance, typing results from the shoe print, which is item 56,
Yes.
as well as the boot drop, item number 78. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to use the Bundy results board at this time. And I believe that's People's Exhibit 259.
Deputy Smith, why don't you grab that other threat puzzle? I think we need it up just a bit. Great, thank you.
Now, Dr. Cotton, can you see those results without, we won't be going into the individual types and their results, but can you see basically each of those item numbers beginning with 47 from where you're seated?
No, I better step down.
Well, let me just try it a different way.
Okay.
Let's start with item number 47, the first drop by the victims. And what I'm going to ask you is, for the hypothetical, this hypothetical possibility of a transfer occurring from one set of swatches seized at one location to these particular set of swatches, would it be correct that these individual items, first of all, would have to be collected? In other words, collected by some evidence collector at the Bundy crime scene. Let's start with item 47.
Yes.
For that hypothetical to be true about this cross-contamination, would the DNA in that particular sample, again, the first drop by the victims, number 47, have to degrade to the point that you could detect no DNA whatsoever, even by PCR?
Yes.
Would that item, in terms of the swatch or swatches for each individual item, then have to come into contact with these swatches from a totally different scene and a different item number?
Yes.
And again, what type of contact would be needed for this to happen?
Very close contact.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they'd basically have to be right on top. They'd have to be touching,
Physically touching?
physically touching.
Is touching enough, or does something actually have to physically happen from one swatch to the other swatch?
Well, let's put it this way, touching is the minimum.
What actually has to transfer from one swatch to the next swatch for this hypothetical to actually be true?
Well, given that the swatches are bloodstains, white blood cells have to transfer. I mean, you wouldn't have just white, but you'd have to have blood cells transferring off one swatch and on to the other.
what would have to be the quantity and quality of these cells that have gone from one swatch to the other swatch so that you could only detect the material that transferred?
The material on the swatch from which the contamination was coming would have to be of sufficient quantity and quality to do the testing, to appear on the final test. So given that one now had completely degraded so you couldn't test it, you'd have to have enough transfer from the other swatch, enough DNA of sufficient quality to be able to now see it on the test.
And then ultimately, and you've described that final step, ultimately for this hypothetical to be true, you would have to then go through a typing process and only detect the types from the swatches that supposedly cross-contaminated, for instance, item number 47.
Yes.
Now, would that same occurrence, for this hypothetical to be true, have to have happened to item number 48, the next Bundy walkway drop,
Yes.
as well as 49, the next drop,
Yes.
50, the next drop,
Yes.
and 52, the next drop?
Yes.
Now let's talk in a little bit more detail about item number 52. What do we know about the quantity and quality in item number 52 in comparison to 47, 48, 49, and 50, the earlier drops on the walkway?
We know that the quality of the DNA in 52 is sufficiently good to give an RFLP banding pattern. That is, some of the DNA is good enough to do that. And you can see on the mini gel that it's much better than the 49 and 50, which were also run on mini gels. And then as far as 47 and 48, that was not good enough either. So basically 52 is in much better shape than 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Does that mean the DNA transferred by this hypothetical from another swatch at another scene to the material in item number 52 would have to be some amount in quality of DNA in excess of the remaining drops?
Yes.
Is there any way to describe that difference in how much and what the quality of the DNA would have to be?
Well, in terms of quality, it would, there is and I have a very good recollection of what 49 and 50 looked like for some reason, so I'll just use those as an example. The difference in the level of degradation between 49 and 50 look about the same, and they are very different from 52. In terms of quantity of DNA in those samples, I'd have to go back and into the case folder and look at the amounts and give you a good estimate.
Okay. In any event, it would be greater than the remaining samples, 47 through 50, that would have to be transferred in the hypothetical. I'm referring to the quality and quantity of DNA.
In terms of the quantity, are you saying, is that different for 52 than the others?
Correct. What you were able to actually detect.
In terms of what you can detect, yes. In terms of actual mass amount, it may not be any different.
In other words, the actual size of what was
The
on
actual
the swatch.
weight, that is, of the DNA that you have, which is measured in terms of nanograms. It could be a similar amount in 49 and 50, for example, just that it's very degraded and the other is not.
Okay, now I'd like to turn your attention to item number 56, the shoe print that's also listed on this particular Bundy crime scene results board. As far as that particular item is concerned, is there any indication whatsoever of cross-contamination similar to that on 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 in terms of DNA type?
No.
Why? What's the difference?
Well, the other 47, 48, 49, and 50 are consistent in type with Mr. Simpson. 56 is consistent in type with Nicole Brown. So if all of those samples were contaminated, they couldn't have all been contaminated from the same source.
Because the types are different, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, at least one of, and let's take the DQ alpha alleles. Is it true that there is one DQ alpha type that's not even present in item number 56, the shoe print?
You mean that is present in the other samples?
Yes.
Yes.
And what's that?
It's the 1.2 allele.
Now, with regard to this hypothetical, and first of all, well, let me rephrase that question. With regard to this hypothetical, do these unstained controls play any role in determining whether or not this type of transfer could have occurred?
Well, they would if they were out and about at the same time that you're postulating the other contamination occurred, because they don't have any DNA on them, the ones that we tested.
All right, let me put it in the form of, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm finished.
Let me put it in the form of a hypothetical to you. If those unstained controls, and let's assume there are unstained controls for these various items of evidence, 47, etc., and that those were processed in the same manner as the blood stains, would those unstained controls, in terms of if they detected no DNA, typable DNA, provide you any information about whether or not this hypothetical cross-contamination transfer actually occurred?
Basis?
Well, part of his objection is the et cetera. I mean, he should spell out which samples he's referring to.
All right. Instead of et cetera, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52. Do the unstained controls provide you any further information if what I described to you is the case?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
If the unstained controls were processed in the same manner at the same time as the actual samples, then you would have to postulate that the contamination only occurred on the actual samples and didn't occur on the unstained controls, so it would be a very specific contamination, not just sort of affecting everything.
And by processed at the same time, do you mean collected, allowed to dry, repackaged, etc.?
Yes, I do.
That's the second time I've used the term et cetera. But through those stages that I just described, including packaging.
Yes.
Do these unstained controls in this case represent, or are they an additional safeguard as to the accuracy of DNA results in this case?
Objection, no foundation for this witness.
The unstained controls tell you one thing. That is that there was no DNA on a spot adjacent to where the stain was lifted from. I don't think they say anything beyond that.
Are these unstained controls, are they to show the presence or absence of bacteria? Is that what you use them for instance?
No, we don't have, I suppose you could test for the presence of bacteria on those unstained controls. We don't.
Objection, move to strike. Suppose, she's speculating at this point.
We don't have the capability in our lab of doing that.
Incidentally, in your laboratory, in the controls that you tested, that included item number 49. That is an actual unstained substrate control for one of the Bundy walk stains, number 49.
Objection, inconsistent with the testimony.
Can I check my book?
Sure, please do.
There's no designation of 49C, though, as I recollect.
I'm sorry?
There's no designation of 49C.
We received a sample, was labeled item number 49. It was sent to us with other samples that were indicated that they were unstained controls. It didn't have C or control written after it.
And did you test that particular item for its DNA content?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, this states the evidence. Can I have a sidebar?
Overruled. No.
With what result?
It didn't produce any type.
When you say no DNA type, what do you mean?
We got no detectable, typable DNA from that sample.
Now, you also tested other unstained controls, is that right?
Yes.
What Los Angeles Police Department item numbers were those?
Item 7 control, item 12 control, item 49 doesn't say control after it. Item 56 doesn't say control after it.
I would strike your testimony as to 49 in control.
Overruled.
With what results for the other three? You've already described 49.
No detectable, no typable DNA was present.
Are you aware that any other unstained controls were tested by any other laboratories in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Dr. Cotton, I would like to offer you a hypothetical, that if in fact, with regard to these particular items at the crime scene, that is the Bundy crime scene, actually, let me rephrase that. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I'd like you to assume that with respect to this particular results board, the Bundy results board, that with regard to each of the items, except for purposes of this question, 84A and 84B, that there was an unstained control seized for each of those particular items, all right?
Okay.
That the results of those unstained controls showed no detectable DNA present, all right?
Yes.
Does that information assist you in reaching any opinion about whether or not the cross-contamination possibility posed by defense counsel occurred in this case?
Objection, improper hypothetical, and move to strike.
Sustained.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention, if I could, Dr. Cotton, to questions posed to you about the possibility of a blood tube, that is a tube containing known DNA, could have been spilled or placed or inadvertently mixed with these same swatches, that is from items 47 through 52, the Bundy walkway stains. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
For that to have occurred and for you to obtain the types that you've described, again, would the DNA in these various walkway stains have to degrade so that you could detect no DNA? Actually, let me rephrase that. Be able to detect no DNA types.
Yes.
Would it also be correct for that hypothetical to be true that you would then obtain only the DNA types from this spilled or otherwise contaminated tube blood?
Yes.
If this occurred, that is, these spills or placement from a tube, would you expect these particular swatches from 47 through 52 to have the same quantity, let me rephrase that, to have the same quality of DNA?
There would be a reasonable expectation that if that occurred, they would have close to the same quality of DNA.
Why?
Well, I can think of two scenarios. One is the blood gets on there, it dries, And once it's dried, nothing much happens to it in terms of degradation, in which case you would expect to have the same quality of DNA. The only way I can postulate that that wouldn't be the case would be the blood gets on the swatches and it doesn't dry very rapidly, and therefore something that's already on the swatch then differentially degrades the DNA on one swatch as compared to another. And in that case, you wouldn't obviously expect that they would all be the same.
Did you see, in terms of these stains, the same quality of DNA? This is again the walkway stains, 47 through 52. Or did you see differences in quality of DNA?
Objection would see with respect to the quality of DNA.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you detect or did you determine if the DNA quality from these swatches, 47 through 52, was the same or was it different?
It's different.
How? What were the differences?
You can see the differences on the mini gel in terms of how degraded the DNA is in those different samples.
Was there a difference? And let's, if this would help you, let's take 47 and 48. Were there differences between those two? Or if there's a better way of describing this difference, please tell us how.
If you want me to be more precise about it, you'll need to let me get out the pictures so that I can look at them.
All right, if you would.
Okay, we'll give this a try.
Could we start with item 47 and tell us what would be the easiest way to make this comparison between that first walkway stain by the victims and the remainder?
Well, I'll go down item by item and sort of try to give you the level of degradation that we can see on the mini gel versus sort of like not very much, a moderate amount, or a lot.
Okay.
You have to keep in mind that this mini gel isn't assessing human DNA, it's assessing total DNA, and therefore there's I can only tell you what I can see. I can't tell you anything about whether what I'm, based on this result alone, as to what I'm seeing is human or not. Okay, item 47, and again, I'm taking a minute because I have to translate numbers here and also count. Item 47 is very degraded. Item Item 49 and 50 are very degraded. Item 56.
Objection. It's not responsive.
Okay.
It's only limited to the drops, I believe.
What's the night? Am I just
I'm sorry, sustained. Correct. It's not one of the bunch drops.
okay?
Actually, what I'm going to ask permission to do, Your Honor, is to display to the jury, just briefly, the photographs of each of these items and ask the witness to describe what they mean as far as far as this opinion.
I mean, the photographs of the actual spots at the crime scene.
No, photographs of the actual test results from determining how much DNA is present.
All right.
Could we do that, first of all, Dr. Cotton?
We can, if you'll give me just a second to pull out what I have to do is give you the originals and then pull out the sheets from my copies that'll tell me what sample's in what lane.
All right.
Your Honor, an additional objection based on her testimony that a lot of it isn't even human DNA.
Oh,
only.
excuse me, Your Honor, I believe...
Speaking objection.
Sorry. May we have a sidebar on that, Your Honor?
No. Proceed. All right, do you want to show those to Mr. Neufeld as well?
Yes. First of all, Dr. Cotton, do you have copies of these photographs?
With me?
Yes.
No.
All right. Could we, Your Honor, for purposes of this, utilize the originals and obtain copies and at some point substitute them? These are, I believe, are these photographs from your original raw notes?
All right, let's go with the originals today then.
Dr. Cotton, you have given me 2 pages. Which one would show, that is, which page and which photograph would demonstrate item 47, the first drop? The lower photo on a page labeled at the top, August 1, 94 or 8/1/94.
Yes.
I believe that would be 263, Your Honor. It's referring to the photograph.
All right, People's 263.
Dr. Cotton, showing you a photograph that's now on the screen that will be People's Exhibit 263. What's that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the small mini gel that was used to look at the DNA that was extracted from the samples that were loaded on there.
If I give you the pointing arrow and give you the podium, can you describe for the jury, please, what particular lane we're looking at? And then I'll have you describe what this process actually shows.
Sure.
First of all, Dr. Cotton, with regard to this photograph, what would you call this photograph? What's it of?
It's a photograph of the mini gel using the DNA samples before they were digested with the restriction enzyme.
And what's this mini gel process? What do you use it for?
For looking at how degraded the sample DNA is.
And you ultimately use photography to be able to later review those results?
Yes.
Now, is there a way that you can show us, and let's start with, I'm sorry, item number 47, the first walkway drop. Can you indicate where you would look for results on this photograph?
Let's see. Are we on here? The top of the gel is up here, and you see the best place you can see right here, that little indentation, that's an indentation where the sample was loaded, and so is this, and so is this. And you can't see them quite as well over here, but they go all across the top. So the person who did the work recorded what sample she loaded in this lane and what sample she loaded in this one, and so on. And so based on looking at the notes, when you're asking me about a particular item, I'm looking at the notes and seeing in which lane that item was put into the mini gel.
Now, incidentally, is this one of these X-rays or auto-rads that you had just shown to the jury last week?
No, this is actually a photograph of this small gel, which is about 2 inches by 3 inches. And the gel is sort of opaque, and you can see the edge of it right here, this black. This was a full-size picture. That is, it had a lot of extra nothing out here black, because this gel is laid on a light box, but instead of the white light that you see on the light boxes that have been used so far, it's an ultraviolet light box. And because the DNA has been stained with a dye, if you were to look at this in color, the places where you see DNA sort of appear a pinkish orange, and the gel has this sort of opaque look. And then before it's put in the case folder, the gel is just trimmed out, and the rest of the picture that doesn't contain a gel or anything else is just thrown out.
How do you read this particular photograph to determine approximately how much and what quality of DNA is present in a sample?
The photograph is, you can look at it and think about it just in exactly the same way that you think about the DNA on the autoradiograph. The DNA was put into a sample well up here, and it moved down in this direction through the gel. And these are 3 controls that are on the gel. This is the same lambda that's loaded on the large gel that we produce the X-ray film from. So this is 100 nanograms of lambda, and this is 50, and this is 25, and it has the same bands that you would see. And the reason this is on there is that we know the size of this top band is 23,000 base pairs, and what we're looking for is, if DNA is in good condition, it will be up here because the pieces will be very, very large. As the DNA is more degraded, then you'll begin to see DNA down here.
Why is that?
Because as it gets more degraded, the pieces are randomly broken up, and all of the pieces get smaller and smaller and smaller. So you can see that the DNA in these lanes, and what you're looking at now is this if you were looking at it on the light box, it would be coloration. Here it just appears white because this is a black and white picture. So you're looking at the distribution of the stained DNA from the top to the bottom of the gel. And if you see it all along, then you have some degradation here. To give you an example, this sample right here, whatever it happens to be, does not appear to be very degraded at all. It looks very, very good.
Let's take the three, and I believe you described them all as lambda markers, the far right-hand 3 lanes that have a series of bands in each one.
Yes.
Those are controls in this test?
They're controls just to say your gel ran as it should and to give us a sense of amounts of DNA, although this is not a real quantitative control. Some other laboratories use a known amount of human DNA in these positions instead of this lambda, and that's actually works a little more nicely in terms of quantitation.
Let's go left to right if we can, and let's just go to the first lane on the far left. Can you show us where that is?
Right here.
Now, what's in that lane in this test?
Item 78.
And that would be the boot drop, is that right?
Right. Obviously, it's the DNA from item 78.
What kind of condition was that DNA in?
Well, it looks pretty good. There's not a lot of it, but I see DNA here, and I see a little bit of a smear coming down, but it looks like it would be good enough to load on an RFLP gel.
In other words, from this result, in terms of the relative quality of the DNA, it appeared that an RFLP test might produce results?
Yes.
And was that decision, in fact, made as to the boot drop?
Yes.
And that produced the RFLP results that you described last week, is that right?
That's right.
What's in the next lane?
The next lane over is item 56.
That's the shoe print?
Yes.
And I believe last week you described that from this evaluation or mini gel or yield gel, first of all, are those all terms used
Yes.
to describe this photograph and these results?
Yes.
You described that it appeared that that would be enough DNA to be able to obtain an RFLP result.
Yes, it certainly looked like it, because you see there's a lot right here.
And that turned out not to be true because of the condition of the DNA, that is, what type of DNA itself it was. Is that right?
It turned out not to be true, and we're now making a judgment call that it wasn't true because the DNA that we're seeing is not human. If this were human DNA, we would have seen a very nice RFLP pattern.
Now going to the next lane, can you point where that is?
Yes, right here.
What was in that lane?
This is item 52.
Item 52 was the last blood drop out in the driveway area at Bundy.
Yes.
What did this result tell you about that blood drop?
There's some DNA in this high molecular weight area, but you can see if you follow this down that there is some DNA that's all the way down in here. So this sample is degraded, and if you only had this to look at, I mean, now we know that it did give an RFLP pattern, but at the time that we looked at this, the assessment was it might not. So we loaded it, but we didn't know if it would give us a result.
You have described earlier, and I believe as to 3 of the drops in this trail, that the DNA was very degraded when I asked you on the witness stand.
Yes.
How would you characterize the result, or the condition rather, of the DNA with regard to 52, that blood drop in the driveway?
Sort of a medium amount of degradation.
Okay, what's the next lane over to the right?
Next lane is item 7 from Rockingham.
In the Rockingham driveway drop? One of them?
Yes.
Okay. And since we're going to stick to the Bundy scene for the moment, what about the next lane over?
The next lane over is 47.
Now, tell us about 47 and what you see there.
What you see here is that there is no DNA that's visible in this upper area. So from that, you would assume that you are not going to get an RFLP pattern from this particular sample. You can see some DNA down here. You see this smear that starts about a little more than halfway down and goes all the way to the bottom. If that's human DNA, that's probably going to be good enough to give a PCR result.
And that's in fact the technology you used to type that particular item?
Yes.
And for the moment, what is in the next lane?
The next lane is item 12.
And that was the Rockingham FOIR?
Yes.
And what result in terms of the presence of DNA can you determine from this particular test?
You can see a lot of DNA right at the top, a little bit of degradation in here, but not a lot. And assuming that this is human DNA, you would expect that it would give you a very nice RFLP pattern.
And did it do so when you conducted your RFLP typing?
Yes, it did.
Now, incidentally, before we move on, Dr. Cotton, this particular test, that ultimately you received the photographs from, this yield gel, I believe you used that term,
Yes.
that's done after you actually extract the DNA in your laboratory?
Yes.
And these were all extractions that your laboratory did of DNA from the actual swatches sent to you from Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, could we move on to what would be the next photograph to go to? The same page that's
No,
currently?
the other page.
The other page? All right. And Your Honor, could this photograph be marked as
Which
People's
one?
Exhibit 264?
264.
All right, Dr. Cotton, do you have that second page, or?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, may this photograph also be placed on a...
Yes.
Almost.
Have you shown that to Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. Now, Dr. Cotton, is this another yield gel?
Yes.
And does it show results as to any of these samples taken at the Bundy crime scene?
This one has the samples from 49 and 50.
Could you point those out to us?
These are the same controls I just mentioned. 49 was in this lane and 50 was in this lane.
Let's start, and again, first of all, were these samples run in your laboratory on a yield gel after your laboratory extracted DNA from these original swatches?
Yes.
With what results? Could you show them and describe them, please?
Both these samples are degraded to about the same extent. You have to look way down here in the bottom and you see a smear of DNA here, and you see a smear of DNA here, and you see nothing up in this range here. These two samples clearly are not good enough for RFLP testing.
And were they then tested using the PCR method
Yes.
with the results that you described last week?
Yes.
Now, amongst these, first of all, have we now shown each of 47 through 50 and 52,
Yes.
each of the blood drops? All right. Your Honor, then perhaps we can remove or ask the witness to retake the stand, and I'll ask her further questions.
All right.
Now, having shown these 5 samples, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, were you or can you summarize any differences in their relative amounts of DNA as revealed by these yield gels?
She actually asked me to answer. That was the question immediately before this.
Overall.
You can get a general idea from the gels that the amounts of DNA are pretty much in the same ballpark, with the exception of 56. But again, because this isn't a measure of human DNA, this isn't a very good place to try to get quantitation as to a precise amount.
Okay, let's turn to human DNA then with regard to these samples. What can you describe about that?
That determination was made on a slot blot, and that's another page of notes.
Okay, is there a way that you can describe those results for us from these various items, 47 through 50 and 52?
From the slot blot?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Can we address these in order? That might be easier to follow. For instance, item number 47.
That's easier for you.
Would it be easier for you in a different order?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with the one that's easiest to get to then.
Why don't you pull the microphone closer?
Oh, sorry. This quantitation is done from the PCR extraction. And the various amounts of DNA, what kind of answer are you looking for? You want nanograms, or you want like plots and not so much?
What would be the easiest way to describe any relative differences between these 5 drops?
Well, I can tell you which ones had the most, which had a middle amount, and which had nothing that we could detect.
All right, why don't you do that?
Okay. The samples that had the most DNA were 50 and item 52. The samples that had moderate amounts were 49 and 12, which I know that's not on the...
12 was from the Rockingham residence, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then the samples that had no detectable DNA on here, which doesn't mean they don't have any, but it just means we're not detecting it, would be 56.
Sustained.
Oh, okay.
I believe you've described 49, 50, and 52 thus far. Can you describe for us 47 and 48?
Yes, 47 had no detectable. And for item 48, I think I have to go to another. I think I have to go to another film. Where can I find that? I think I have to go to another film.
All right. Is that something that you can retrieve from your folder?
I can, but I have to go back and figure out what sample number of mine it is.
You're looking for item number 48, is that right?
Right.
Would that be your item 12?
Yes. And 12 also had no detectable DNA.
I'm sorry, was that, when you say 12, what LAPD
That's
item?
my number 12, your number 48.
You described Los Angeles Police Department item number 12, the Rockingham foyer, as having a moderate amount of DNA, is that right?
In my scenario, I think it was A moderate amount, you're right.
Before we move on to a different area, are these differences that you've described amongst 47 through 52 consistent or inconsistent with cross-contamination transfer of DNA as posed by Mr. Neufeld in his hypothetical?
Objection, no foundations, pure speculation at that point.
Sustained.
Does the relative amounts, well, let me rephrase that. Do these results of the relative amounts of human DNA differ amongst these samples along the walkway drops?
Yes.
Does that tell you anything, or does that lead you to any opinions or conclusions about whether or not that DNA was transferred from other evidence items as opposed to being DNA collected in the locations as described?
Objection, again, no foundation, pure speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Could I just a moment?
Sure.
Dr. Cotton, based on these differing levels of DNA in these various items, does that lead you to any opinion about whether or not the DNA detected in your testing is from material collected at a crime scene versus material transferred from stains during evidence processing?
Objection, no foundation, purely speculative.
It looks to me like if it was a transfer, it would have had to been subsequently affected by the swatch it was transferred to. Otherwise, you have to postulate that if it was a transfer, it wasn't from the same thing. It wasn't all from the same tube of blood or all from the same swatch, because they're all different.
Well,
Now, I'm going to shift topics, Dr. Cotton, if I could. You were asked a number of questions about packaging evidence items. Do you recall that?
and I sustain most of the objections to those questions.
All right.
Or vaguely.
I'm not sure if I want to ask the next question or not.
Let your conscience be your guide.
Let's turn to plastic bags. Do plastic bags play any role in preventing cross-contamination?
Yeah, of course they would.
How?
If you have one sample in a plastic bag and you have another sample in another plastic bag, it would be hard to get material from one sample onto the next sample.
When you discussed, and you were asked a few questions just this morning, it may have been this afternoon, but I think it was this morning, about DNA when you're talking about a blood stain is looking at or actually detects DNA that's contained in white blood cells. Is that right?
Yes,
DNA is not contained in red blood cells?
that's correct.
You were also asked about some conventional serology techniques that type proteins, such as, and I believe the slide actually had EAP on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Where does that protein obtain from in a blood stain? Is it the white blood cells or something different?
For EAP, it's red. I believe it's red blood cells.
Now let's take, so it's different. In other words,
It's a different cell type.
red blood cells versus white blood cells for DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
In a blood stain, and let's just take a blood stain left at a crime scene, do the red blood cells go to some different location than the white blood cells, or are they mixed?
They're all mixed.
In other words, are they all floating around until a piece of blood is deposited on a surface?
Yes.
What happens to the cells at that point, once a blood stain is, a blood drop is left on a surface of any kind?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, let me focus it in a little bit if I can. Is it the case that those cells, white versus red, go to different locations in the blood stain, or do they stay mixed?
The blood is a mixture of cells and proteins and other things. I think for most practical purposes, you can think of it as a homogeneous mixture, so that when the blood is deposited, it would still stay a mixture. I mean, cells are very tiny, they're just going to be distributed in the blood stain, white and red together.
Now, I'm going to shift your attention again to just briefly about evidence that you received from the Los Angeles Police Department. Did you receive any extracted DNA from the LAPD?
No.
You received only evidence items themselves in the form of swatches, bloodstained swatches, or unstained controls, as well as known samples. Is that right?
From LAPD, yes.
Where did you get any extracted DNA from?
California Department of Justice Lab.
As far as all of the Los Angeles Police Department evidence items, were all of the extractions done in your laboratory that were received by your laboratory, the evidence items?
Yes.
Now I'd like to turn your attention, if I could, to a particular control that was described earlier today and in the course of your PCR testing, wherein there were some detectable DNA types. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, that control, what kind of control was it?
It was a reagent blank control.
And that's one of the controls you used to ensure that the test worked properly in a PCR test, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what evidence item number or numbers that particular control was a part of that same test?
Yes, and I may have made an error this morning. Let's go back here. That reagent blank control was started with, shall I just read the list?
Well, first of all, what item, okay, how many, yes, if you would, that's probably the best way.
Item 78, item 56, item 52, item 7, item 47, item 12. That control was started with those items. It was processed through with those items, and two of those items didn't give any amplified product and were concentrated. After the concentration, one of them gave amplified product, and the reagent blank gave 2 faint dots. And the sample that was concentrated and then gave amplified product was item 56. And this morning, I think I was saying it was item 7, and that is not correct.
Now, these 2 faint dots that you've just described, did their existence affect the typing results of the items other than item number 56?
In our judgment, they did not affect the typing results because, okay, think of, you do the extraction and you start the control, you bring it along, and you type the samples and you type the control. For those samples that typed at that point, the control did not show any faint dots. And therefore, we interpreted those samples. So that was a judgment call on our part. 2 of those samples were then, going forward now, 2 of those samples were then concentrated, and one of them gave a type. And the control gave 2 faint dots. So it isn't that you have a whole type in the control, but you do have 2 faint dots. We made a judgment to report those results because the dots in the reagent blank were faint. Now, whether we typed that sample again at the point before it was concentrated, that is when I say the sample I'm now referring to, item 56, is something I'd have to look up because I was getting confused this morning.
Okay. With regard to the earlier samples, that control showed no reactions whatsoever with DNA types. Is that right?
At the first time that it was run, the controls showed no reaction. It did not show any reaction until it was put through the microconcentrator.
Okay, let's talk about why, in your view, is it appropriate to type those? That is, to report the results from all of those items that were a part of that control when that control showed some faint DNA detected when you concentrated it.
Let's take the worst scenario and assume that the contamination was in that control from the beginning and also in the sample from the beginning. If that contamination is so small as to not produce a typable result of any kind, whether or not it's there, it can't have affected the results.
All right. As far as the later typing of item number 56, why is it appropriate to report the results when it in fact showed that small or faint detectable level of DNA?
That's the question to give you the best answer. That's what I was confused on, whether or not we typed that sample again. And it might take me a minute to find that in the notes.
All right. Do you think it would take long, or would you prefer to do it when you have more time?
I'd actually rather do it when I have more time if you gave me a choice.
With regard to the remainder of your tests, was there any DNA detected in any of the other controls?
No, there wasn't. Well, in the positive controls there was, but in the negative controls there was no DNA detected in any other negative control or any other reagent blank control run alongside any other sample that we did.
In other words, the remainder of the negative controls showed nothing as far as controls not expected to show DNA.
That's right.
Incidentally, you were shown a portion of your laboratory protocol today, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe you were asked about a specific page that dealt with controls and decisions that are to be made based on, for instance, a negative control failing.
Yes.
What is a failed control, or a control that failed? What does that mean?
It's relatively vague. I mean, it's in the standard operating procedure, but I have to admit that that's a vague. Basically, if you have any detectable DNA, you could say the control, I don't like this word, the control failed. If you have detectable DNA on that control, the control told you what you wanted to tell you. It told you you might have a problem. It also may be telling you that you shouldn't interpret the results, that you should call them inconclusive, that you should do it again, or you should think carefully before you give an interpretation.
As far as that control, and I believe you had started to describe earlier today about discretion in the laboratory, is that right?
Yes.
On that particular page of your protocol, is there a provision giving PhDs discretion to make certain decisions?
Yes, we always, I mean, you would certainly want to do that. There's no way you could write a standard operating procedure that could describe every circumstance for every test that you could ever get. So if you don't allow room to use your judgment in analysis, then you wouldn't be giving the best possible analysis.
Do you exercise that discretion as a result of your education, training, and experience as a DNA analyst?
Well, I do, and the other lab staff that are involved in the testing do as well.
With regard to this particular negative control that showed this faint DNA present, did you utilize your discretion to determine that those results should be reported?
Yes, we did.
Incidentally, does your laboratory report results according to who's paying for your services?
Of course not.
In your laboratory, is there an approximate percentage of number of cases in which, for instance, suspects are excluded?
Yes.
What is that approximate percentage?
The approximate percent of cases in which we have an exclusion is about 30%.
I'm sorry, about what?
About 30%.
What does that mean when you report approximately 30% exclusions?
Actually, on the scope of cross-examination, Your Honor.
Oh, we've lost credibility. You can answer the question.
It means that we've been asked to compare a victim or, let me back up. It means we've been asked to compare a known sample with an evidence sample. And if the known sample doesn't come from the evidence sample, then they are excluded as being a contributor. So depending on the nature of the evidence and the question that somebody else cares about, that can be an important piece of information.
Do you in your laboratory report results excluding certain suspects and report those results to prosecutors who have asked you to do testing?
Yes.
You have described, Dr. Cotton, the fact that in your laboratory you don't test all genetic markers that are used in forensic science. And let's take an RFLP test, for instance. Is that right?
That's right.
Why is that?
We use 5. We feel that that provides for the great majority of cases a sufficient amount of information to, that additional markers would sort of be like icing on the cake. Now, there are circumstances where more is necessary, in which case you'd have to go to another lab to get more. But for the most part, 5 markers, or if you did 5 markers in the PCR markers, you have a very good amount of information there.
For instance, and let's take item 52 as an example, how many total genetic markers on that Bundy driveway stain did your laboratory test at?
5 RFLP markers and 6 PCR markers.
Or a total of 11 different genetic markers?
Yes.
Dr. Cotton, if you could, I'm going to shift to one other area briefly. Could you tell us what LAPD evidence item numbers your laboratory actually performed the extraction and then typing process on? Can you list those for us?
Sure.
Okay, could you do that, please?
What items we analyzed?
Exactly. Actually extracted the DNA and then typed. In other words, you received an item of evidence, a swatch, and then extracted the DNA and then typed it.
Haven't we already asked this question in a
I
different
have,
way?
I'm sorry, I have in total, but not by individual item number, if I could, Your Honor.
All right.
The easiest way, I guess, for me to do that is to go through the report, or to, move through the reports to do that.
Okay, can we do that in relatively short order or not?
It should be easy.
This is beyond the scope, too.
As long as you don't want it in some special order.
No, you can just list us the numbers. That would be fine.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Item 49, item 50, the 3 blood exemplars which were labeled to us as C1, C2, and C3. Item 7, 12, 49, 7, 12, 47, 52, 56, 78. I think I already said 49 and 50.
Yes.
7. If I didn't already say 56, that's in there. If I didn't already say 48, which I think I did, that's in there.
Did you say item number 48 also, Dr. Cotton?
Yes. And then the 4 unstained swatches, number 7 control, number 12 control, number 49, and number 46.
Your Honor, I'm going to repeat, if I may, in chronological order, what I believe to be those numbers. Would that be acceptable to the court?
Yes.
C1, and please stop me if I have any of these incorrectly, Dr. Cotton. The 3 knowns, C1, C2, and C3.
Yes.
Then items number 7, 12, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, 56, 78, and the 4 unstained controls, 7, 12, 49, and 56.
Yes,
Does that sound right?
that sounds right.
And those were items that Cellmark actually extracted and then typed.
Yes.
Now, if I may, Dr. Cotton, I'd like to turn your attention to the area of population frequencies. All right?
Yes.
Why is it that you can test and use in your databases, say, 400 to 600 people, and yet be able to make statements about rarity of types that obviously are not only higher than 400 to 600, but are in the millions or even billions?
Objection twofold, Your Honor. One, refers to facts that are contrary to her testimony as to the size, and 2, there's no
Sustained
foundation as to
rephrase
this
question.
witness.
With regard to the number of individuals in your databases, approximately how many are there total?
Somewhere around 500 to 600 total.
You utilize those databases to to report population frequency data, is that right?
That's right.
And you've in fact done that in this case, is that right?
Yes, we have.
As far as these RFLP results, several of them are in the millions or even billions, is that right?
Yes.
How can you take numbers of 400 to 500 to 600 of people in these databases and be able to determine estimates of frequency that are numbers higher than 500 or 600? You understand my question?
I do. Let me give you several different pieces to that answer. First of all, we are relying on work done by other scientists knowledgeable about RFLP alleles, that is, how many of them there are, to give us some estimation, statistical estimation of how large a database is needed.
As to that, Your Honor, I move to strike as to the hearsay representations of other people.
Overruled.
Secondly, keep in mind now it's impossible to test everyone, and it is actually relatively time-consuming to even test 500 or 600 people, given that you can get about 15 people on one gel. You can develop a sample and make an estimation from that sample, and again, the critical word here is estimation. You could then go out and get another sample, or another group could get another sample, and if this were a legitimate thing to be doing, you could say, does the distribution of frequencies, that is, how often I see a band at 5,000 and how often I see one at 6, and the whole distribution of how often you see a particular allele, does it look like other samples from the same racial group from another part of the country? It will not look the same, but it should look similar.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, I move to strike as to other databases.
Speaking objection. Overruled. Ask another question.
With regard to this process, and you've described now looking at, at other information?
Yes, we do look at other information.
What is that?
Some of the other information has come, well, it's come from various sources. There's information about our probes and our enzyme from a few sources in the United States, from many sources in Europe. There is information that's been compiled for the FBI, by the FBI, a very large amount of information looking at a different restriction enzyme, and a panel of probes, several of which overlap with ours and several of which don't. The overall,
Again, I'm going to have to object as to no discovery.
Overruled. Proceed.
You can continue, Dr. Cotton.
Ask another question. This is a narrative.
All right. You look at other items and you described a study by the FBI.
say that again?
You've described the fact that you look at other information, and in particular you were describing a study done by the FBI.
Yes.
Is that a fairly large study?
It's very large.
And what did it look at?
It looked at RFLP databases generated by various laboratories across the country and made comparisons as to the distribution of alleles from databases that were generated in various places for various racial groups.
What's the significance of those findings as far as what I asked you about taking databases and then making estimations that are in the millions or even billions?
Objection will strike, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No, there's absolutely no foundation,
Overruled.
and also no discovery,
Overruled.
and hearsay.
Overruled.
What it tells you is that if you take a database from one part of the country for Caucasians, blacks, or Hispanics, and you compare it to a database from some other part of the country, and you generated a profile frequency, that the frequencies are very, very similar. There are not large differences in the samples from one part of the country to the next.
Objection will strike is too similar, it's too vague.
Overruled.
You have described using RFLP typing at 5 probes, for instance, with regard to the Bundy stain number 52 and the boot drop number 78.
Yes.
When you make these estimations of frequency, and I believe you touched a little bit on a concept called independence,
Yes, I did.
and what is that again?
It means whether or not you inherit one allele that you have does not affect the second allele that you might get. That is, if you inherit a band at 5,000 base pairs, that doesn't mean you'll automatically, or with some probability, inherit one at 6,000. What you inherit from one parent is independent of what you inherit from the other.
Why is that important?
Mathematically, that's important because if that were not the case, it would be improper to multiply the frequencies between the different genetic locations.
How do you, well, first of all, are these markers independent that you've described in your testing in this case?
Objection beyond this witness's, well, no foundation for this witness.
We've gone beyond, we've already covered this once before. And it was not directly touched upon in cross-examination.
I'm sorry?
It was not directly touched upon in cross-examination.
All right. Dr. Cotton, do you have a database for each community of the United States?
No,
Why not?
we'd have to have a lot bigger staff.
Do you
It's
need
not possible.
Do you need a database for each community of the United States to be able to estimate these frequencies?
Objection beyond foundation.
Overruled.
No,
Why?
for all the reasons that I just talked about in the last several questions.
Do those include, for instance, these studies that you've described of groups of people in different parts of the United States and the world?
Objection has been answered in leading.
Sustained.
When you
Leading.
say, I'm sorry?
It's leading.
When you say the material that I'm sorry, when you say specifically for the reasons that you give earlier, given earlier. Can you tell us briefly what those reasons were?
Objection asked Nancy.
Sustained. She's already told us what she's relied on.
Okay. These frequencies that you've reported in this case, are they accurate in terms of being precise, or are they estimates?
They are estimates.
These numbers that you've reported, do they tell anything, or do they have any relation whatsoever to the facts of this case? And I'm talking about the facts other than DNA.
No.
Are they estimations only of how common or how rare the various DNA types are that you obtained in your testing in your lab, or all of the samples that you've described in your testimony?
They are only estimates which give you a conceptualization of how common or rare the collection of genetic markers is.
Do they in any manner take into account at all of the other facts of this case that show what happened in this case?
They don't take into account anything except saying, is this collection of genetic types common or rare or somewhere in between? That is the only thing that those numbers tell you. They tell you nothing else.
All right, Your Honor, with the exception of the one area the witness asked to have a little time to look up, I'm concluded with my redirect at this time.
All right.
Can I have 5 minutes, and I will be able to conclude the recourse by the end of the day.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to step back for a quick break, and we'll hopefully conclude this matter this afternoon. We've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Codden.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Codden, on redirect examination, Mr. Clark asked you a series of questions concerning relative degradations, if you will, of the different items, or some of the different items involved in this case that Selmark analyzed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And along with the drops purportedly corrected at Bundy, he also asked you about about item 78 and item 56. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, and I think you said as to item 78 that there seemed to be a fair amount of high molecular weight DNA present. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Right. And these questions that were put to you by Mr. Clark were put to you in the context by LAPD on either June 13th or June 14th.
No, I don't know when it was processed by LAPD.
Would you agree as an expert that if in fact item 78 as a collected swatch didn't even arrive at the Los Angeles Police Department on the days when they were initially processing these items, would that change your opinion as to the consequences of the variety and degradation on these samples?
Objection beyond the scope of this item.
Forward.
Well, if it wasn't processed at the same time, then all the various hypotheticals about that I was discussing wouldn't be applicable because it wasn't even there.
And also you were asked about item 56. And Dr. Cotton, were you aware of the fact that when extractions of DNA samples were done at LAPD on the 14th, that item 56 was not included in that group?
No, I don't know what was done at LAPD at any particular day.
Now, again, Doctor,
I think the witness was cut off. She may have been finished.
I think she was finished.
I apologize,
That's
Dr. Cotton.
all I had to say.
We're trying to finish.
And Dr. Cotton, again, just as I asked you with regard to item 78, assume hypothetically that item 56 did not go through the extraction and other processing procedures for DNA typing that the Bundy drops went through on the morning of the 14th. Again, would you draw that same distinction that those hypotheticals wouldn't apply?
Overruled.
Yes, I would.
Okay. I think the one thing that you did say on redirect examination is that all those samples that purportedly originate from the Bundy walkway were either very degraded or moderately degraded. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned, by the way, that, I'm sorry, withdrawn. On cross-examination initially, you did say that the one table that you could rely on in the NRC report was the table 1-1, which dealt with the DNA content of biological samples. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that in that table in the NRC report, it states that the amount of DNA present in a milliliter of blood is somewhere between 20... Preliminary foundation question to ask the next
Keep going.
question. Can I ask that question then?
Rephrase the question.
Okay. And doesn't the table state, Dr.
Overruled.
Cotton, that there are approximately 20,000 to 40,000 nanograms of DNA in a milliliter of blood?
That's my recollection, yes.
And are you aware, Dr. Cotton, that there are approximately 20 drops of blood in a milliliter of blood?
No, drops aren't too good in terms of quantitation.
Well, would you agree that as a rough estimate, that there are approximately 20 drops of blood in a milliliter of blood?
I don't really know, and when you're using something, the opening of that instrument, like if you have a pipette tip with a big opening versus a little opening, you have different size drops. So I'd rather work in some other quantitative sense than drops.
Have you reviewed any literature which suggested that there were approximately 20 drops of blood in a milliliter of blood?
Well, if I ever have, I wouldn't remember now, so I'm sorry.
Can you estimate, based on your own experience, approximately how many nanograms of blood, how many nanograms of DNA are in a drop of blood, an average drop of blood?
No.
Can you give a range?
Well, if I got, not easily.
Well, to the best of your ability, doctor, what would that range be?
I don't think I can give you a range, given that what I'm telling you is I don't really know what the volume is in a drop, and therefore I'm hesitant to try to carry that any further.
All right. Dr. Cotton, but you would agree that at least as to all these samples from the Bundy walkway, they either experienced moderate or extreme degrees of degradation. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And you cannot tell, Dr. Cotton, when you look at the yield gel or the slot blot, as to whether the degraded or the remaining DNA that you see is there because it's from the original source, or is there as a result of cross-contamination. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I believe you also said, Dr. Cotton, that the role that plastic bags play in preventing cross-contamination is that obviously if a sample is in one plastic bag and another sample is in a second plastic bag, that they're not going to cross-contaminate while in that status. Is that right?
Yes.
But would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that once the samples are removed from the plastic bags are no longer a deterrent to cross-contamination? Isn't that right?
Yes, that's of course right.
And Dr. Cotton, when you're referring to the reagent blank control lighting up two DNA dots in this particular case, I believe you said that that there's some discretion left to the PhDs in the laboratory to decide whether or not to retest. Is that correct?
Or to report or to do some other options that might be available.
Isn't it a fact, Dr. Cotton, that the protocol states that when the results, that when a questionable result is reported, that it's to be interpreted by the PhDs in the laboratory?
Yes.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that with respect to the presence of those two dots, those two DNA dots, on the reagent blank, their presence on those reagent blanks was not questioned?
Oh,
No, it's obviously there. I mean, it was recorded by the analyst who read the strips, and if I remember correctly, you can just barely see it in the photos, but you can see it. So it's clearly there.
And it was clearly there by both analysts who reviewed that data, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Cotton, you also talking about how your database has approximately 600 people in it. Is that correct?
If you add up all the three racial groups, taking into account you don't have the same number of people in each probe, it's, I think, between 500 and 600.
And your database includes 5 different genetic loci, right, for the RFLPs?
Yes, it does.
And I asked you, you may recall, on cross-examination initially, if you could find out for us as to how many people in that African-American database you actually ran all 5 genetic markers on. Do you recall me asking that question?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you said you could find that out overnight. Is that right?
That's right.
And Dr. Cotton, how many members of your African-American database have been subjected to all 5 genetic loci in this case?
Well, somebody took the sheet from me.
I'm sorry.
It's not very many.
Is it 2?
Yes, of all the blacks, there are only 2 that are across all 5.
2 people in the entire African-American database have been subjected to all 5 loci in your laboratory. Is that right?
Well, that's true. It's,
Now, Dr. Cotton,
Sorry, could the witness finish the answer, please?
yes.
I don't think that's a critical feature.
Dr. Cotton, you gave an answer before on the subject of the assumption of independence of these different genetic traits. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that that issue, okay, that, as to that assumption of independence, is a question that arises in the, or is in the province of population geneticists?
Yes.
And Dr. Cotton, do you consider yourself an expert in the field of population genetics?
No, I'm certainly not an academic expert in the field of population genetics. I know a lot about it as it pertains to forensic DNA typing, but there's much more to know beyond what I know.
And so you wouldn't consider yourself an expert in that field?
No, I don't think so.
And Dr. Cotton, you said at the very close of the redirect examination that these statistics that you put up on the board only tell you about the rarity of a particular profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
And so would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that those statistics tell you nothing about the probability of a false positive at LAPD?
Yes, of course, that's right.
No further questions. 1 second.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. One topic.
Okay. If you have to.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to these 5 probes, do you need all 5 probes run on the same people in your database to create these estimates of frequencies of these various characteristics?
You do not need to have all 5 probes on all the people in order to create these estimates. For statistical purposes of when tests are done for independence, for RFLP testing, those tests are generally done for pairs of loci, so you need pairs of people that have been done on 2 at a minimum, and this database has those pairs. It isn't that more information can't be gained if you have people across all 5 loci, but we do have enough information as the database exists for those tests of independence to be done.
Has or have your 5 probes been looked at for purposes of determining if they are independent from one another?
Yes, they have.
And has that examination been published in the scientific literature?
Yes.
Hearsay and skirt.
All right, the fact that it's been published is not hearsay. What it says is hearsay. Proceed.
I'm sorry, was the answer yes, Dr. Cotton?
It has been published.
And was that publication an examination of your database and a determination of independence at these 5 probes?
Objection.
Oh, well,
Yes.
Who published that?
Dr. Bruce Ware from North Carolina State University.
Has there been any publication, to your knowledge, demonstrating that your 5 genetic markers are not independent of one another?
No, there has not.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Cotton, but in this case, when you calculated the frequency of the rarity of Mr. Simpson's genetic profile, you did rely on all 5 loci, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And so as to the entire, and so in your database, the number of people that you have typed like Mr. Simpson across all 5 loci is just 2 people, isn't that right?
Across all 5, yes.
Yes. No further questions.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the evening at this time. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And Dr. Cotton, you may step down. As soon as we clear the jury, we'll have a few discussions about plans for tomorrow. All right.